You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Whitehall 1212.
Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by a British cast. Only the names, for obvious reasons, have been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is finished by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear from the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. This is not, for a change, a murder weapon, but through its use, a murderer was brought to book. It is normally a most innocuous article, innocent, and in its way useful. You do recognize it, do you not? Of course, it's a blotting pad, regrettably magenta in color, big enough to hide a newspaper beneath it, if one wishes to hide a newspaper. You find blotters like this on desks in the writing rooms of small hotels in Britain. And strangely enough, that is where Superintendent Edward Weston found this one. I shall ask Superintendent Weston to tell you about it. Edward?
On the eve of the August Bank Holiday weekend in 1931, July 31st to be precise, since the holiday itself was to be Monday the 3rd of August, and I was planning to spend it at Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain, I was notified that I was wanted for the investigation of a murder at Oxford. I sighed regretfully over the departed thoughts of Stonehenge and the Friar's Heel, said yes, sir, quite politely, and was told I would hear shortly from a man in Oxford and put up the telephone. It immediately rang again. Superintendent Weston?
It is Arthur Hughes speaking to you, sir, from Oxford. And I am a scout at Jesus College, and my dear sister Magena has been murdered, Superintendent. They said to me, Superintendent Weston will come, and indeed I am sick with horror.
What's that?
I am Arthur Hughes speaking to you from Oxford, and...
You're the man who was to call me.
Indeed, I was told to call you, sir.
It was your sister?
Oh, my. Yes, indeed, she has been murdered, sir. And,
Who murdered her?
I don't know, sir. I was told you were coming here.
You're in Oxford? Tell me where to come in Oxford.
It is a cottage called the Boundary, sir. It is in St. Clement Street.
St. Clement Street.
Yes, sir. It's really the London road where it crosses the Enfield Road and the High Street near Magena Bridge, sir.
I'll find it. Will you be there?
I shall be here, Superintendent, with my dear sister. There is also a policeman here.
I took the midnight train, which deposited me in the university city before daylight. I found the cottage near Magena Bridge without much difficulty. Arthur Hughes was there, uncomfortable, in a stiff chair beside the door. The constable was frankly asleep. I identified myself to Hughes, and we went inside.
She's in here, sir.
Where?
I have lifted away 3 of the cushions, sir, on the tablecloth. She was completely hidden under them. I came to the house, sir. Wait. I will turn on another light.
Yes, that's better, thank you. Is it your usual custom to come here?
We had intended to spend the holiday together, sir. I came to take her to the train.
And this is the way you found her?
Yes, sir. Under this pile of cushions and this tablecloth. I lifted her
You
off
said
and,
that?
Yes, sir. I did indeed. And this is the way I found her, sir.
Moved anything?
No, sir, I am not. The house is exactly the same as it was. The medical man barely touched her. He did not need to, as you can see from her head. My poor sister.
Yes.
Have
you any idea?
I have none.
What is your business? Profession?
I am a scout at Jesus College.
A scout?
I think I told you. That is the accepted term here in the university for personal servants, sir. I have a young man from Carnarvon, a fine nonconformist young gentleman.
Welsh?
Yes, sir. A great many of the scholars at Jesus College are Welsh, sir.
You're Welsh, too?
My sister and I come from Pontypridd in Glamorganshire, sir.
Yes. You were on good terms with your sister, of course?
I was that. I love my sister dearly.
And you say you have no suspicions?
I have not, sir. If I could think who in the world had done this, my hands would be at his throat this very minute. I should not be here, I assure you.
I think the first thing to do is to remove your sister's body to the mortuary, Mr. Hughes.
That is well thought of, Superintendent. If I waken the constable at the door...
Please do so.
So I will, then.
An ambulance was duly fetched. We removed the cushions which had been placed on top of the body, which was forthwith taken away, and Hughes and I devoted ourselves to an examination of the room.
To me, it is quite evident that my sister was taken by surprise.
What makes you think that?
First, there on the sideboard is a small nosegay of flowers from her garden. Every morning, my dear sister took a nosegay to the grave of our sister Maud. She has not missed one morning in the 11 years since Maud died. If the flowers are still here, then...
Yes. Anything else?
You can see through this door the room in which my dear sister slept. Please notice that her bed is only half made.
Yes, I see.
And in the scullery, here are her breakfast dishes, still unwashed. She would never leave them that way.
Yes.
And here is her new vacuum cleaner. She left that, too.
Yes, but the vacuum cleaner isn't connected up.
Huh?
You see, the flex isn't plugged in. She wasn't using it.
There is something strange about that.
What's that?
She always vacuumed the house in the afternoon, not in the morning. She was a creature of inflexible habits, was my dear sister.
I don't think I follow you, Mr. Hughes.
It is quite evident she was interrupted this morning by the bed and the breakfast dishes, and the vacuum cleaner should not be here.
Sure you didn't put it there yourself?
Of course not, sir. Why should I?
Sure, I don't know.
It was there when I came in. The door was unlatched, and there it was. And she was lying here under this great pile of... Ah!
What now?
That's not my sister's vacuum cleaner.
Whose is it, then? Whose is it, can you tell?
It looks ever so much like the one she bought last Lady Day.
Last of March.
But it seems different somehow.
Huh.
I don't know. I was here with her when the man delivered it to her, but...
Know what I think?
No, sir.
I think you're dotty.
Wouldn't she be doing with a vacuum cleaner in the morning?
I'll have a look in the dust bag to see if she was using it. Although how she'd use it without connecting it.
The dust bag? That's what's different.
Different?
Quite right, sir. I've seen this vacuum cleaner a dozen times, and the dust bag dark red. Just like the one I have at Mr. Morgan's room at the college.
The dust bag's a peculiarly hideous shade of cerulean, Mr. Hughes.
Yeah?
Blue. Sky blue. Well, darker than sky blue, but it's blue.
How could it turn blue, sir?
I don't know. Are you sure you're not mistaken that it hasn't always been blue?
I was here, I say, when it was delivered. And it was red. It was red yesterday, sir.
Then what's happened to it? Has it been
It's
changed?
been changed.
Uh-huh. Well, why should she change it?
My sister? She could not change it herself. She couldn't mend a saucepan.
Well, who changed it then?
Besides, where would she be getting another dust bag? This blue one.
From the vacuum cleaner shop.
There is no vacuum cleaner shop here in Oxford. She bought it from a peddler.
Would you recognize this peddler if you saw him? You've seen him before, have you not?
He is such a nice, pleasant young man. So quiet. Eh? Yes, I have seen him, but...
What's his name, do you know?
No, I do not. No, Superintendent. I do not think I ever heard it.
Do you know where he lives?
I'm sorry, I do not know that either.
Well...
I'm sorry. Yes?
Well, we have no idea that he's even been in Oxford. Since he sold your sister that machine, if that is the machine he sold her.
It is the machine. Do you see where the enamel has been knocked off the front of the thing?
Mm-hmm.
That happened the very day he fetched the machine. He knocked it against the door whistle, and he let my sister have it for a shilling less because of the damage. Oh, yes, I know that machine. It is indeed the same one.
Except the dust bag.
Yes. Look in, Superintendent. It is daylight outside. Now,
Well?
I could go out and wake up some of the neighbors or my sister and ask them if they have seen this peddler here today. Yesterday. For now, it is tomorrow.
You know the neighbors?
Indeed.
And do then. Go and ask. I'll go over to the police station, see what I can learn. Then I'll return if you've learned anything.
Shall I come after you, sir, or will you return here?
Better come to the station, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, sir.
And if I'm not there,
Yes, sir.
I'll be at the mortuary. But you wouldn't want to come there, I suppose.
And why not, sir? My dear sister is there, is she not?
They could tell me little at the police station, except that a neighbor's child had mentioned having seen a man undescribed at the door of Miss Hughes' cottage, the Boundary, sometime during the previous morning. The man appeared, the child said, to be carrying a large parcel done up in green paper. And further, the child said nothing, and the man was seen no more, according to the best reports. Was this the mysterious assailant, thought I, and repaired to the mortuary. It was too early in the morning for the medical examiner to be there, but having attained access to the dreary place, I examined the dead woman's body myself. Item, she had been beaten about the head with some sort of blunt instrument. There was a fearful wound in the back of her head, sufficient, in my opinion, to have caused death. In addition, there was an incised wound in her neck, which alone could have caused death. She had apparently been dead for some 24 hours, which would have put the time of the assault, as we had supposed, about Friday morning. She had bled copiously, with dried blood adhering to her head and neck. No other wounds were visible. I returned to the Boundary Cottage in St. Clement's Street and was surprised to hear voices issuing from the cottage. I entered.
I looked at them when I came and found all that is gone. But my dear sister is dead.
I thought you'd get more money than that here, Mr. Hughes.
I do not know.
Oh, come.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning, Mr. Hughes. Good morning, madam.
Hello.
This lady is Miss Nora Abernathy, sir.
I am one of Miss Hughes' neighbors, sir. I live at the bottom of St. Clement's Street.
Mrs. Abernathy has been a close friend of my dear sister for many years, sir. This is Superintendent Weston from Scotland Yard, Mrs. A.
Are you an inspector, sir?
A superintendent, madam.
Superintendent, Mrs. A.
Oh, I thought everyone from Scotland Yard is an inspector, sir. Forgive
Not
me.
all of us, madam.
Mrs. A saw the man indeed, Superintendent.
You did, huh?
He stayed at my house overnight, sir.
Did Mr. A object then?
Oh, you know Abernathy, Mr. Hughes. He's seen the day when he hadn't the price of a night's lodging either.
You're speaking of this vacuum cleaner peddler, I assume.
Yes, sir, Inspector.
Superintendent.
Oh, yes, Superintendent.
He was here, then.
At least in the city, sir.
The little girl told the police she saw him here, or saw a man at any rate, yesterday morning.
Oh.
You may interview the child later, Mrs. Abernathy, and see the child description tallies with that of the peddler.
Who is the child, sir?
I believe her name is Daphne Cubbins. Cubbins?
I trust Josie Cubbins is young, and even if they have got one of them Pomeranian dogs always nipping the postman.
You said this peddler stayed the night at your house, Mrs. Abernathy.
Yes, sir, he did.
Oh, you know him that well, then?
Well, sir, not precisely. He sold Abernathy and me a vacuum cleaner like Miss Hughes is, sir.
Oh.
And he showed up yesterday afternoon.
Not yesterday afternoon, Mrs. A. It was the day before, you said to me.
Oh, yes, that's right, Mr. Hughes. The day Abernathy was at the doctor's for his blood pressure. Thursday, while Abernathy was at the doctor's for that matter, and he said he was in the city, and had I any complaints about my vacuum cleaner? I said no, and I offered him a cup of tea as a matter of course. Oh, Superintendent, did Did you ever drink Lapsang Souchong tea like Mr. Churchill drinks?
I didn't know Mr. Churchill drank tea.
Abernathy's cousin, who's a sergeant in the Royal Corps at Catterers, says he does. And when they hadn't any Lapsang Souchong at Aldershot, when Abernathy's cousin was there, Mr. Churchill had to drink brandy. So I bought 2 ounces by mail from Fortnum and Mason to try. It costs a fright, but Abernathy likes it. Well, Mr. Podmore came in.
Who's Mr. Podmore?
The gentleman who sold me the vacuum cleaner. And we drank Lapsang Souchong. I'm not chucking my weight about, sir, as the buck used to say. It's really very good, although expensive. Smoky. And then he looked at me, and I could see tears in his great brown eyes. He's a very handsome man, is Mr. Podmore.
Yes, that, sir. Quite good looking.
It's very likely he murdered your sister. Go on, Mrs. Abernathy. Why was Mr. Podmore weeping?
He finally came out with it. He'd lost his money. Well, I just couldn't stand it. I went to the tin we got the Lapsang Souchong in, and I took out part of the money I didn't there, and then I handed it to him. Here, Mr. Podmore, I said, accept this as a loan until you find your money.
How much did you be lending him then?
4 bob, I think it was, and 6pence.
And when did he pay it back, Mrs. A?
He didn't have a chance, Mr. Hughes. When he left in the morning, he forgot it. He'll pay it back.
Oh, indeed.
Tell me, Mrs. Abernathy, he took the money.
Yes, but there was no bus to Tame that late in the afternoon, you see, sir.
He was going to Tame then?
Tame, yes, Mr. Hughes, he said. Tame is only about 12 miles away, sir.
Yes, I know.
Would you be there now, Mrs. A? We could go there and fetch him, I would think, sir.
We'll wait, Mr. Hughes. Then did you show him to his room?
No, sir. He said there was some business still to be done, and he went out. And then he came back, and he was carrying a parcel.
Done up in green paper.
Like the ironmonger he uses, sir. How did you know?
And what was in this parcel?
Oh, I don't know, sir. He kept it in his hand.
And when he came back, he went to bed.
After we had a nice cold supper,
And
sir.
he kept the parcel with him when he retired.
Yes, sir. And then when he went out this morning.
And didn't come back?
He said he needed a shave. As he did indeed, sir. He was bearded like a prophet, sir.
And didn't come back?
I think he forgot about my 4 and 6 and caught a bus to Tame like he said. There's one about noon, sir. Or maybe he'll send it to me from there.
Wager he won't.
Is there a police station in Tame?
In Tame, sir?
I think so, sir.
Oh, but I'll get my money back. I don't want to have the police talking to Mr. Podmore about that, sir.
Nevertheless, the police are going to talk to him, Mrs. Abernathy. But not about that, I can assure you. Before I talked to the police at Tame, I asked some other questions in Oxford of the ironmonger.
Yes, I know the bloke that was peddling vacuum cleaners here. Cost me money, too, he did. I sell vacuum cleaners myself. But I've no cheap hire purchase arrangements like he has. I think it was rare cheek, him coming into my place yesterday to buy a hammer and a chisel for me. Though he did pay me.
That was my money. Abernathy'll skin me.
And the barber, Dusty Miller.
He was pointed out to me more than once, this peddler. Podmore, he calls himself. As he walked into my place of business yesterday morning, carrying a green paper parcel that clanked and a set of ginger whiskers down to his collar button. I shaved him, never asking to see the colour of his money, and he gave me my 6pence, all right. It's the last copper I've got, he says, with a great horrid laugh, and pops off. And didn't I see him 2 hours later, as drunk as a duke in Charlie Wilson's public house, and offering to buy me beer? Course he had money, the best part of £10, all tied up with a black and white checkered hair ribbon. And when I said, you've got money now, didn't he say, I've been visiting a lady?
My dear sisters, the £10 was tied up with a black and white checkered hair ribbon. She wore when she was a small child, in Pontypridd, in Glamorganshire.
Hello. It's Superintendent Weston of Scotland Yard speaking. Please put me through to the police station in Tame.
Tame, which is a country town of about 3,000 population, is about 12 miles north of the city of Oxford. It is a typical small English country town, too close to the other largest cities to have retained its ancient importance as a market town.
I had taken into consideration that visitors are comparatively rare in Thame. After asking the Thame authorities to report to me at Oxford by telephone, I asked to be put through to Aylesbury.
Aylesbury, just across the border between Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire, is a town of nearly 30,000. It is a well-known centre for straw and laces and is a municipal borough, the capital of the county of Buckinghamshire. Travelers to Aylesbury transfer at Thame, a few miles away.
As I anticipated, Thame knew nothing about a vacuum cleaner salesman named Podmore and answering to the meager description I was about to give them. Aylesbury was more reassuring, however, and about midnight August 1st, the first day of the bank holiday weekend, I received a telephone call from Sergeant Urquhart there.
Detective Sergeant Urquhart, yes, sir, at Aylesbury. Now, sir, so far as we've been able to discover, your man is not in Aylesbury.
Oh, too bad.
Well, sir, we're not sure he hasn't been here.
What's that?
Perhaps I should say, sir, we're sure he has been here.
Oh, good then, I hope.
Yes, sir, if he was here, we're reasonably sure. At least a vacuum cleaner salesman was here, but his name seems to have been Hughes.
Hughes?
Yes, sir.
Arthur Hughes, sir.
Arthur Hughes.
My name.
I think that's our man, Sergeant. Is he still there, then?
Sir, I think my Uncle Dan has done a terrible thing.
Your Uncle Dan? What's your Uncle Dan got to do with it?
Well, sir, he owns the hotel where the man was staying, sir.
What did he do?
He chucked the beggar out, sir.
What? Why?
What's the matter, sir?
Quiet. Why? Tell me that, Sergeant.
Well, sir, this Hughes was here the other day, and he went away yesterday without bothering to pay his bill, you see. And he came back this afternoon on the bus from Thame, and he came back to my Uncle Dan's hotel as big as life and asked for his room back again.
Did he get it?
Yes, sir, the clerk gave it to him. And then my Uncle Dan found out about it, and he went to this vacuum cleaner fella's room, and he said, quite properly, I'll have my money now, if you please, mister. And the vacuum cleaner man said, I haven't any money, and he didn't, so my uncle chucked him out, and where he is now, I don't know.
Your Uncle Dan? Isn't he at the hotel?
The vacuum cleaner man, sir.
He's gone?
Yes, sir, he seems to be.
Well,
What is it now, sir?
he's gone.
Oh.
You don't know where he is?
Well, his suitcase is at the hotel, sir. He brought it in with him when he came back, and Uncle Dan made him leave it there, sir.
Tell him to keep it there. Do you hear me, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, I hear you. Yes, sir, yes, I'll tell him. What do you want me to do then, sir?
Put your uncle in jail.
What? Oh.
Come on with me, Mr. Hughes.
Indeed, to goodness, sir. Where are we going, then, Superintendent?
We're going to Aylesbury. I think we found the man that murdered your sister. In the hotel room at Aylesbury, we found the suitcase in the room where the guest had left it when he had been told he was no longer welcome. Arthur Hughes watched me as I opened it, watched me as I lifted it up and turned it over.
What is that?
This is a hammer. This is a chisel.
That is what he bought at the ironmonger's, then.
That's where one buys things like this.
Why did he carry things like this about with him, then? Are these the tools of a vacuum cleaner salesman?
If you will pardon me, I should say they are the tools of
Oh,
the murderer.
no!
Oh, yes.
Do you suppose that my sister... Tell me.
I don't know.
Look. What's this?
What?
These. What are these? Breadcrumbs on the floor here. Did they not fall out of the suitcase, too?
Wonder what they are. Here, look at the hammer.
What?
The label's been scraped off the handle.
How shall we tell that it is the hammer he bought? How shall we tell it what is?
I think I know why the hammerhead's so clean.
Why is it?
It had blood on it.
Oh, please. My poor sister.
And the chisel? Mm-hmm. It's clean, too.
Quite clean.
You'd have to have it clean.
If indeed he is the man who did it.
We can't prove he's the one.
No?
Not yet.
My poor sister.
Only knew where he is.
Yes, if we could find him.
I wonder if he gave an address when he came here the first time.
I could not tell, I'm afraid.
Without any letters or anything. Who would that be?
I don't know that either, Superintendent.
Come in, please. Yes?
I'm Sergeant Urquhart, sir, of the Buckinghamshire Constabulary, Aylesbury Station, sir. I talked to you...
About time you got here. Where's your uncle?
You said arrest him, sir. What shall I do?
Let him out.
Yes, sir. And then?
Wait, Sergeant. I want to find this man.
Hughes, sir?
I'm Hughes, officer.
Are you the... Well, isn't he... Oh. I beg your pardon, sir.
What I want to know is, did this man who called himself Hughes give any address when he came here? Or did he write any letters? Did he say anything about where he lives?
I don't know, sir, but we could ask the attendant in the commercial room next door, sir. It's where letters are generally written, sir.
Come along, then. Come along, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, sir.
Through that door, sir.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Come along.
Joe! Oh, Joe! Joe? He isn't here, sir. He's left for the bank holiday, I fancy, sir.
I say.
Here, these blotters.
On the table, sir?
On the table.
Well, that's where the guests generally block their letters, sir.
How convenient. Have you got a mirror, Sergeant?
Mirrors, sir?
Mirror. Looking glass. A mirror, man.
There's one on the wall, sir.
There is indeed, sir. Shall I take it down?
I'll get it, sir.
Oh, don't drop the blasted thing. I'll look out, I tell you.
I've got it, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
See these signatures on the blotter?
They're reversed, sir. That's a characteristic...
Look in the mirror.
Oh. I can read them now, sir.
Can you, then?
I can read them too, sir. Look, dearest neighbor.
Better not bother with that one. What's this one say?
Dear Uncle Dan... Oh, I wrote that myself. I shan't read that one either, sir.
Read all the others and write them down.
Perhaps one of them is this.
Well, sir...
I want them all copied down, and I want every one of them investigated, Sergeant.
And if one of them's the man that murdered my sister...
Someone murder your sister, mate?
If we find him, I will kill him with my own hands.
Oh, no, you won't, mate.
I swear I will.
Don't trouble me. We'll hang him.
And when I went back to the other room and sat down, my eye fell on the curious objects that had fallen out of the suitcase I was already beginning to think of as the murderers. The things that looked like, as Hughes had said, breadcrumbs. I picked one up. It wasn't a breadcrumb. It was a tightly rolled wad of paper. Curiously, I dipped it into a glass of water. It opened up like a tiny flower petal, and I saw printing on it. I opened it up. I reached for another and repeated the performance. Another. Same results. I put them all together after a manner of a jigsaw puzzle. The printing was clear now. High-grade steel forging. And there was something else, too. Bloodstains. There, on the missing labels, from the hammer and the chisel, from the man who came to change the dust back on the vacuum cleaner on the house of the little old lady in St. Clement Street. I hardly noticed when the sergeant and the brother came in with the list of addresses they had copied from the reflection of the names on the blotter. But 4 weeks later, when all the addresses had been checked by policemen working round the clock, there was one of them where a man named Podmore lived, and he was an itinerant salesman of vacuum cleaners. And when the time came, he confessed, and at the Oxford Assizes next spring, he was sentenced to hang. And hang he did. And Arthur Hughes smiled when he heard about it.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Lester Fletcher as Superintendent Weston. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Willem Williams, Patricia Courtley, Gordon Stern, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Whole blood and blood plasma are of vital importance in treating wounded men. They are the one treatment for which no amount of medical skill can provide a substitute. To give our soldiers in Korea the blood they must have for life, 300,000 pints a month are needed. The American Red Cross will not take your blood unless it is perfectly safe for you to give it. And if you're one of the forgetful people, think it over. You'll realize that giving blood is about the most important thing you have to remember. So before you forget again, phone your local Red Cross Blood Collection Center. Tell them you want to give your blood to save an American life. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated and baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now you are to hear the voice of the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
The things we have on display in the Black Museum are mementos of crime. Murder is the most frequent category. Here, among the knives, the guns, the bludgeons, among the vials of poisons and the ropes and cords that have served as murder weapons, is this incongruous object. I'm sure you know what it is. Yes, it's a shoe, the kind known in Britain as a Wellington boot. It's an old-fashioned thing invented by the Duke of Wellington himself. You've seen Wellington boots before. The tragic thing about this one is its small size. It was worn by a 10-year-old child. Here is Chief Inspector John Mackie Marsh of the CID, who will tell you about Scotland Yard case number 343-1198.
This is the story of a person who was twice tried for the same murder. In fact, I think this is the only instance of that in the whole history of British jurisprudence. I'll tell you more about it. On the afternoon of the 5th December 1937, in Newark in Nottinghamshire, a little 10-year-old child left her schoolroom for her home a short distance away. That was the last time she was ever seen alive, except by a few persons who did not recognize her. Her name was Nora Brady. She was the daughter of Jack William Brady, a coal carter, and Maggie Summers Brady, his wife. At about 10 that night, when Nora had not returned to her home, the police were notified and inquiries begun. During the night, the following procedures were set in motion.
All the other pupils in the school, attended by Nora Brady, were interviewed at home, most of them already abed.
Results, nil.
All the relatives of the Bradys in Newark were interviewed.
Results, nil.
All traffic on the Great North Road, which runs through Newark, was screened.
Results, nil.
Every piece of abandoned and derelict property in a wide radius of Newark was examined.
Results, the child was not found.
The fruitless inquiries continued all through the night. In the morning, all Newark school principals were asked by the police to inquire of their pupils whether any of them had seen Nora Brady on the previous evening.
Results, one principal reported to me that one of his pupils had seen her. When, I asked?
Between 4:30 and 4:45 yesterday afternoon, he tells me.
Where?
Opposite the bus station, he tells me.
You are sure he recognized her?
He says he did, sir.
Was she alone?
He says not.
Ah. Who was with her then?
He's quite positive.
Who?
A former lodger of her father's. A man known to him as Nora's Uncle Ted.
Is he her uncle?
No, I do not believe so.
I'll ask Brady.
A little later in the day, when the news of Nora Brady's disappearance had got around the town of Newark, A Mrs. Black came forward.
I didn't see the little girl, Chief Inspector, but I did see a man waiting near the Wesleyan school she attended.
When?
At about 4:45 yesterday afternoon, about 15 minutes before school was dismissed.
What was he doing?
Just staring at the door of the school, as if he were waiting for someone.
Who was he, do you know?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I do. I live next door but one to the Bradys. I was the lodger they used to have, the one they threw out, the one that Nora used to call Uncle Ted.
And the driver of a bus that runs between Newark and Redford, a small town about 25 miles away.
He said he remembered a child with a slovenly middle-aged man on the bus that left Newark at 4:45. He did not know the child, but his description of her clothes corresponded with the dress and coat she was known to have been wearing. But we couldn't find Nora Brady. I talked to her father, Jack William Brady.
No, Ted Peters ain't her uncle, sir. He's no relation to any of us. And besides, I threw him out of my house. I didn't want him about.
Why?
Well, for one thing, sir, he drinks.
Oh, great many people drink, Mr. Brady.
And I enjoy a pint myself after a hard day's work. But I'll have no man lying about my house 40% of the time in a drunken stupor and making a beast of himself.
Anything else, Mr. Brady?
Should really well say there was anything else. My wife's sister in Sheffield, she and her husband, they introduced Ted Peters to us as a friend of the family. Friend of the family, indeed. He had an old broken-down motor car that he used to drive them about in. That's how great a friend of the family he was. My wife's sister's husband, my brother-in-law, Bert Stickley, he knew this Ted Peters in the RAMC in the war. So that makes him a friend of the family.
And what else?
And that's just it, I'm trying to tell you. We let him have a room, turning it into a blinking pigsty he did. Never having a bath and sleeping in bed with his boots on and keeping scraps of greasy fish and chips and God knows what else lying about till the very roaches themselves wouldn't eat them. And pinching my shirts and using violent, filthy language before my wife and poor little Nora. I chucked him out.
And what did he say to that?
He swore something fearful till I broke two of his ugly teeth for him. And then he slunk away muttering most horrible curses and threatening me how he'd get even with me.
Oh, he threatened you?
And besides, he never paid me one single farthing of the 6 shillings a week he owed me all that time.
How long?
15 ruddy weeks. 6 times 15, 90 shillings. £4.10 he owed me altogether for rent alone. And my wife and me had to take a bleeding shovel and clean out that pigsty he'd made of our room. He went away muttering and cursing and threatening us. Is he a relation? My aunt's cat's left hind leg he is. It's Ted Peters stole my little Nora. You get her back, and at once, too. Or I'll do it. And I'll bring you back Ted Peters' stinking head in a bucket besides.
Did he ever threaten your daughter, Mr. Brady?
Little Nora? No, he never threatened her. It was me that
He didn't threaten her?
He said something to me about taking the most precious thing I had. I thought it was just talk at first, but he knowed how much I thought about Nora. And besides, he seemed to have a kind of a fascination for her. He was always bringing her bits of toffee or cakes or something. He was very good to Nora. Once he gave her a half a crown, but I made her give it back.
The child loved him.
How can a child love a pig?
What's this Uncle Ted business?
Some idea. She had some idea that he was connected with my wife's sister and her husband that introduced this Ted Peters to us.
I see. I think. Do this brother and sister see Ted Peters at all now?
She's mixed up in some kind of deal with him. She's got money of her own a little. She's talking to him, she says, about raising the money for him to buy a lorry and go into business. I don't know what kind of dirty business he's going into. I wouldn't let him touch the coal that I haul. He'd get it dirty. Go and make him let my kid go.
Does Peters live in Redford?
Redford?
The driver of a Redford bus says he saw a man with Nora yesterday.
Lives at Eaton. That's on the road to Redford. That's where he's got Nora. You go there and see.
I went to Eaton, but I didn't see what Brady had expected me to see. Ted Peters did live in Eaton, an infinitesimal village not far from the River Idle, which is a part of the network of waterways that lies about nearby Sherwood Forest. Sheffield, where the elder Brady's sister-in-law and her husband lived, is some 50 miles away by most baffling roads. I found Peters' house, which was ingenuously named Peace Haven, at 7:45 of a windy, rainy winter night. The house was dark, but Peters lit a lamp and we sat down to talk. I spoke first. When did you last see Nora Brady, Mr. Peters?
Who's Nora Brady?
You don't know.
She's sick?
You do know.
Oh, she's that kid of Brady's in Newark, where I used to live. Oh, I know who she is.
When did you see her last?
About 15, 16 months ago.
Oh? You didn't see her yesterday.
Well,
Is that what you're saying to me?
I saw 15, 16 months ago, sir.
There are people who will testify under oath that they saw you with her yesterday. Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
She has not been seen since yesterday.
I wonder where she is.
You don't know?
How on earth would I know? How would I know?
Has Nora been here since yesterday?
I told you it's been 15, 16 months ago.
Will you answer my question? Has Nora Brady been in this place since yesterday afternoon?
No.
Would you mind if I search this house?
You won't find it.
In addition to searching the house, I'll have to search the grounds too, you know. I shall dig up everything.
You won't find her here.
Where is she?
I don't know.
But she has been here.
I don't know where she is now.
But she was here.
Well, she wanted to come.
Why?
Well, yesterday when I was waiting for the bus at Newark...
What were you doing in Newark?
I was expecting to meet Brady's sister-in-law.
She lives in Sheffield.
You know, I thought she might be visiting in Newark, visiting the Bradys.
She wasn't, though, was she? Why did you want to meet her?
Well, she's going to get me some money to buy me lorry.
I've heard about it. But she wasn't there, we know that. You didn't visit the Bradys to see if she was there, though, did you?
Of course not. Brady hates me.
Did you ever threaten Brady?
Well, I was indignant when he chucked me out.
I know about that, too, Peters. All about it, including your threat.
Well, then what you asking me about it for?
I'm reminding you that I know.
Brady lies.
Brady's daughter has been kidnapped. That's not a lie.
Are you going to listen to me?
With great attention, I assure you. Go on, sir.
I was waiting for the bus when this kid comes up. What's her name?
You know her name, Peters.
All right. She says to me, Uncle Ted, she says she always calls me Uncle Ted. Are you going to see my Aunt Bernice? That's her father's sister-in-law that lives in Sheffield.
What made her think you were going to see her?
She's there to talk, I think. Well, I says, your aunt's coming to see me.
About the money for the lorry?
Exactly what I told her, Governor.
Get on with it.
Well, then, Uncle Ted.
She always called you Uncle Ted.
Uncle Ted, she says, take me with you so as I can get to see the baby.
What baby?
This sister-in-law's got a new baby, 3 or 4 months old. She carries with her wherever she goes, you see. And that's the baby this Nora wanted to visit.
Yeah?
So she asked me to fetch her back here, where this lady from Sheffield and the baby was going to be. And I consented.
You consented? This was at the bus station?
Yes, at the bus station.
What were you doing at Nora's school at 3:45?
Huh? Oh, she asked me to meet her.
Then you did bring her here?
Yes.
Where is she?
I'll have to tell you about that.
I'm afraid you will.
This morning.
What time?
About 9:30. About 9:30, there's a telephone call for me.
Where?
Eh? Oh, at her house down the road where they let me use their telephone. I haven't got a telephone.
Whose house?
Mrs. Lester's, Mrs. Kate Lester's. You could ask her.
I shall.
Well, it's from this little girl's aunt, and she says she couldn't come today. She couldn't come for another week, and there I was with little Nora that wanted to see the baby.
What did you do then?
Well, I told Nora first, and then I told her she must go.
Back home?
Well, I told her she wanted to see the baby, so I gave her an £0.50 and started it off for Sheffield to see the baby. Well, what's wrong with that?
You didn't call her parents and tell them?
No. She was going to see her aunt, wasn't she?
So you say?
I gave her £0.50.
Is £0.50 enough to get her to Sheffield?
She'd have to walk a good deal of the way. Then there's the bus.
You mean to say that you sent a 10-year-old child out in this weather to walk?
Why not?
What time is this?
About noon.
When it was raining hardest, when half a gale was blowing.
Well, that's why I don't know where she is. She might have got lost.
You didn't telephone her parents?
Oh, her old man would have... Where are you going, sir? Don't you want to hear any more? Don't you want to find her?
No, I don't want to hear any more. Yes, I want to find her. That's why I'm going out and check up on what you've said. You stay right here. I shall want to talk with you when I return.
Where would I go, Governor?
I don't know where you'd go, my man. because there's one of my constables standing outside this door in the rain. You'll certainly not get very far. I spoke to Mrs. Kate Lester, the owner of the telephone down the road. Yes, she knew Ted Peters. He was a frequent user of her telephone. Yes, Mr. Peters had talked on her telephone about 9:30 that morning. Yes, she'd overheard him, although Mrs. Lester agreed it's not neighborly to eavesdrop. It was with someone in Sheffield, Mrs. Lester said. Peters seemed to be cancelling an appointment he had had for that same day with someone in Sheffield, which apparently had to do with borrowing money to buy a lorry. Mr. Peters had decided against buying the lorry, he had said, and the person in Sheffield would not need to come and see him at all. And did he mention the name of Nora Brady, I asked Mrs. Lester? Or say anything about a baby? No, said Mrs. Lester. It was all about lorries and not coming to see him anymore, and that was all, sir. And when I returned to the Peacehaven cottage, Ted Peters was gone. The light was still on. Nothing appeared to have been taken. The constable at the front door had heard nothing, but Ted Peters was gone. We searched the place from roof to cellar. An extraordinarily filthy place, quite consonant with the tales we'd heard of Peters. There were indications that a child had been there, perhaps even whilst I'd been conferring with Peters. A school notebook, half filled with undecipherable childish scribblings, apparently quite recently done. A child's grubby handkerchief stamped in indelible ink with an N. A half cup of cold cocoa. But of the child, no other sign. And of Peters, nothing. He returned at 10 minutes after 2 in the morning, his boots muddy and his outer clothing wet from the rain. I called for more constables, and by lantern light we went over every inch of the surrounding fields while Peters watched us silently with no expression at all on his face. At 7 in the morning, I charged him with the kidnapping of Nora Brady under the Offenses to the Person Act. Nora Brady was never seen alive again by anybody. Peters was tried at the Warwick Winter Assizes of Birmingham and was sentenced by Mr. Justice Armour to 7 years penal servitude. I shall not forget what the judge said to him as he passed sentence.
Ted Peters, you have been, most properly in my opinion, convicted by the jury of a dreadful crime. What you did to that little girl, what became of her, only you know. It may be that time will reveal the dreadful secret which you carry in your heart.
And Nora Brady was never again seen alive by anyone. I had thought I would never have to look on Ted Peters again either. But I saw him again. I'd seen him last in the dead of the worst winter England has had in 17 years. The next time was in balmy midsummer weather, in the following June. I have spoken before of the honeycomb of waterways that lies about the Sherwood Forest country. The River Idle is one of the principal of these streams. It flows slowly and peacefully north to the Trent. But near Hayton, where Ted Peters had his home, Peacehaven, there is a short stretch of water called Bolam Shuttle, deep, swift, and unpleasant, a part of the River Idle. On Sunday the 6th June, 1937, exactly 5 months and 1 day after Nora Brady had disappeared from the schoolroom, I was informed that a Donald Palmer, of whom I'd never heard, wished to speak to me on the telephone. I answered. Chief Inspector Marsham.
Hello, Chief Inspector. Donald Palmer speaking to you from Botry in Nottinghamshire.
I'm afraid I don't know where Botry is. Do I know you, Mr. Palmer?
I'm manager of the gasworks at Botry, Chief Inspector.
Yes.
Botry is on the River Idle, Chief Inspector.
Yes.
Only a short distance below the town of Hayton.
Hayton? What's happened now at Hayton?
It's not at Hayton, sir. It's Botry, below Hayton, on the River Idle.
Yes?
I remember you when that man Ted Peters was arrested.
Yes?
I thought you might be interested in what I have discovered in the river here, sir.
What have you discovered, sir?
A dead body, Chief Inspector.
A dead body?
Yes.
A dead...
The dead body of a child. A girl about 10 years old.
I was off post-haste abortory. I will not tell you how I got there because I don't remember, and I can conceive anyway a few others who would have reason to go there. But there we were. Palmer, the gasworks manager, Henry Bernard, the great pathologist from the Home Office, a gaggle of country constables, me, a brace of newspaper detectives, assorted wives and sons of the gasworks men, and in an outhouse of a nearby country inn, the pathetic little body of the drowned girl. Yes, it was Nora Brady. Jack Brady, her father, had been summoned from Newark and made the tearful identification. He recognized the blue jumper dress she had worn and her brown cloth and the neat cotton underclothing her mother had made her. It was difficult to recognize her otherwise. Adipocere tissue, due to long immersion in the water, Henry Bernard said, had set in. But the identification was positive. It was Nora Brady, and she was dead. Only one person was missing, but we knew where he was. And the coroner's jury was convened. Henry Bernard, the pathologist, testified.
No, this child did not die from the effects of drowning. It is true that the body has been immersed in the water for a long time. It's not inconsistent, in my opinion, to say that she has been in the water for at least 5 months. That is to say, since early January of this year, but she was not drowned. I ask you to observe this mark around the neck. This was caused before death. She was strangled.
Could that not have been caused, sir, by the neck of her dress having caught on the low branch above the water?
And been suspended by the neck, I presume you mean, sir?
Yes, sir. That might...
In that case, the mark would have been flat and broad from the neckband of the dress. This one is sharply defined, and it is cut into the flesh of the neck.
Yes, but...
And if the marks were caused by the dress supporting the weight of the body, the marks would have been oblique. You can make such an experiment yourself, sir, and find for yourself.
Well,
This mark is horizontal all the way round the neck. The child was strangled.
But...
But what?
Well, maybe that happened after she was dead.
There is no water in the lungs. I can demonstrate that to you.
Yes, sir.
And you've seen the marks on the tongue, the marks that correspond with the child's teeth where she bit her tongue. That is a characteristic of strangling or suffocation. They always bite their tongues.
Well, but...
She couldn't bite her tongue after she was dead, sir.
Oh.
The child was strangled.
There was more talk, but the evidence was incontrovertible.
Verdict of the coroner's jury.
We, the jury, find that the deceased came to her death through the agency of a person or persons unknown.
Now it was my turn again. I was myself morally certain that the person or persons were not entirely unknown. I could not help reflecting on Mr. Justice Armour's speech to Peters when he sentenced him.
You did that little girl. What became of her, only you know. It may be that time will reveal the dreadful secret.
But it's never well for a policeman to entertain prejudices. The hangman's shadow sometimes grows dim. However, I thought I might journey to the prison where Ted Peters was still serving his 7 years. But I was not sure. Then Henry Bernard, the pathologist, brought something into my desk and laid it down before me. I looked at it. It was damp and soggy. It was cracked and twisted. Obviously, it had been in the water a long time. I picked it up. What is it, I asked?
It's a Wellington boot, I should say. Wasn't that child wearing Wellington boots when she was last seen?
She was. I'll ask her father to look at this and see if he can identify it.
She wasn't wearing Wellington boots when that fellow found her body.
Wasn't she?
She had only her stockings on. All of her clothes except her hat and her Wellington boots.
Where'd you get this?
Policeman found it.
Where?
In Bolam Shuttle.
Wait. My mind went back to that evening in January, when I left Peters alone to go out and check his story of a telephone call. When I came back, he was gone. Had he been to Bolam Shuttle that cold, stormy night, carrying a body with him? Very small body. That had been hidden in that house until I left. A body that he must get rid of before we search the place. Would a body, I asked Bernard, float all the way from Bollum Shuttle to the place where hers was found?
It could.
I remembered Peter's muddy clothes when he came back that night. Could you identify that mud if I found it? I asked Bernard.
If I had something to compare it with, yes.
Bollum Shuttle.
Get me the mud you want to identify, and I'll go down to Bollum Shuttle and compare it myself.
The mud was on the clothing he was wearing that night last winter.
Did he wear those same clothes at his trial?
I don't... Yes. Yes, he did. I do remember.
He wear them to prison?
That I don't know.
If he did, they've still got them at the prison where he is.
Do you suppose... Of course they are. They don't wash prisoners' clothing. They give them new.
Well?
I'll get your sample.
Mail it to me. I'll be at Bollum Shuttle.
I went to the prison where Peters was confined. I did not see him, though. My business was with the governor. I showed him sufficient cause, and he gave me Peters' muddy clothing. I posted them to Bernard and sat and waited. Finally, a telephone call was put through from Retford to me. It was a very short one.
It wasn't difficult. The mud's identical.
And then I went back to the prison and asked to see Ted Peters. To find that Peters had gone over the wall, escaped. I sat there when the governor told me, miserably clutching that kid-sized Wellington boot. The same one the chief superintendent, John Davison, showed you. The one he has in the Black Museum. Oh, we'll find him, said the prison governor reassuringly. We'll find him. I walked out miserably, still clutching the shriveled boot. They did find him, though, a week later. Lurking one night in an abandoned shed near the place in Newark where Jack Brady was employed. He had a heavy rubber kosh, blackjack you'd call it, and a caliber .32 revolver loaded. He was charged by the police with a variety of crimes against the king's peace and lodged safely in the Newark jail. That's where I saw him a day later. Peters, I said, where were you that night last January when I left you alone in that house at Retford?
Peacehaven?
Peacehaven.
Why, you know.
You had Nora Brady in that house hidden all the time I was there.
I did, huh?
And you carried her to Bollum Shuttle and killed her and dropped her body in the water.
You're lying.
She was found strangled to death.
That was way downstream.
But we found this in Bollum Shuttle.
What's that?
Nora Brady's shoe. One of the Wellington boots she was wearing that night.
Tis not.
We can prove it is.
You can't prove I was at Bollum Shuttle.
Oh, yes, we can, Peters.
The boot slipped off her foot, and I'd have got it, but the water was so cold.
So cold for a little girl, too.
She didn't feel it.
Ted Peters, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. And Ted Peters went to his second trial for the same murder. This time at the Nottinghamshire Assizes in the Shire Hall in the city of Nottingham, he was found guilty and sentenced to death. And this time, after the Court of Criminal Appeals had turned their thumbs down, he was hanged at Lincoln Prison.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Marsh. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Winston Ross, Beulah Garrick, Gerard Burke, Carl Hubbard, and Lester Fletcher. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Somewhere right at this moment, somebody's home is on fire. If the people who live there are lucky, they've all escaped, the firemen have arrived, and maybe they've even rescued a few odds and ends. Yes, every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. These fires kill 11,000 persons each year, disfigure for life, or severely burn thousands more. and destroy $7 million worth of property. Protect your home from fire by following these simple safety precautions. Don't smoke in bed or throw away lighted cigarettes. Clean out closets, any place where old newspapers, magazines, and inflammable materials are liable to accumulate. Repair defective electric equipment and replace worn or frayed wiring. Use cleaning fluids that will not burn. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most interesting and baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. These stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The next voice you will hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. Will you have a cigarette? No, I'm sorry, not this case. This is the exhibit from the Black Museum, and it has fingerprints on it. Besides, if that makes any difference, it's empty. Yeah, one of these, if you don't mind. I smoke them myself. Woodbine. Well, if you insist on one of your own, then this case had a great deal to do with a murder case back in the last year of the First World War, in 1918. It was owned by an army officer. That's a curious mark on the outside of the case, isn't it? A scar, almost, you'd call it. 'Tis a scar. Bullet scar. And here's the man to tell you how it came into our possession here at the Black Museum, Scotland Yard. Superintendent, then Inspector Norman Gregg.
Yes. Been a long time since I've seen this case, Chief Superintendent. I remember the night quite well. September 26, 1918, the day the Yanks began their fantastic offensive in the Argonne Woods in France. I remember the telephone call I received that night, about 8:45.
Inspector Gregg, will you go at once, please, to a house at 131 Ladbroke Grove, please?
What's up, old boy?
Chap's been shot, that's all I know, sir.
Right, 131 Ladbroke Grove.
Right, sir.
I am on my way. In a few minutes, thanks to one of the earliest of Scotland Yard's motor vehicles, I alighted near number 131 Ladbroke Grove, which is a fairly posh address. My knock on the door was answered by a lanky gentleman with a large black moustache, wearing a uniform with the crowns and red tabs of a staff major, and the flaming grenade badges of the Royal Fusiliers. "What's up, sir?" I asked, remembering to say sir.
I'm Major Robert Henry, officer. My brother's been shot.
I looked past him, and on the sitting room floor, another officer was lying, bleeding from what appeared to be several wounds. I looked more closely. He was gasping.
My brother, Captain Dugel Henry, officer of the KRRCs.
Who shot him?
An intruder, burglar, housebreaker.
Where's he?
Escaped, I'm afraid. Can you do anything about my brother? I've tried, but...
sorry, sir.
Dugel,
He can't hear you, sir.
is he? Is he?
Yes, sir. Now, sir, what happened?
Dugel, old boy.
What happened?
There's nothing...
Nothing, sir. I'm sorry. He's dead. What happened?
He was in the library talking with Major Ward.
Where's Major Ward, please?
He's in the library. Edmund...
May I go in the library, sir? Is that it?
Edmund's in there.
And so he was.
Oh, I say.
Are you Major Ward, sir?
Yes.
May I have that revolver, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. I'm afraid I fired it.
At whom, sir?
At the burglar.
The man who killed my brother.
But I'm afraid I missed him. I'm not a very good shot.
He didn't miss.
No.
No.
Poor Dugel. Is he dead?
He is. Oh. You didn't give me your revolver, sir.
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you. This your service revolver, sir?
Yes, of course. One goes on leave.
Of course. Webley, caliber 38.
Issue.
You're in the London Irish Rifles, sir.
174 Brigade.
You know this gentleman?
One of my dearest friends.
That's right, dearest friend.
He'd been at my home this evening.
Oh?
Before we came here.
Oh?
That can easily be proved, officer.
I'll not require that, sir, now.
Well...
You were on good terms with the dead man?
Of course he was. What are you implying, officer?
Only that I never saw either of you gentlemen before, sir. Nor him.
I'll have you understand that...
May I remind you, sir, that nobody has told me what happened.
Well...
I'll tell him, Edmund.
Thank you.
Please.
Tell you quite simply, Constable.
Inspector, sir.
Oh, excuse me. I was sitting here looking over the overseas edition of the Daily Mail.
The one our soldiers received in
Major
France.
Ward and my brother were talking in the library while I waited. We were all going to dinner shortly.
And carriages.
Please.
Yes. Well, there was an infernal noise in the library. Scuffling, shots fired. I jumped up.
Just as I came hurrying out...
And told me.
Said a burglar just shot poor Dugel, and I think I've wounded him.
Wounded whom?
The burglar man.
Wounded whom, Major Ward?
Eh?
Wounded whom?
Oh. The burglar, of course. Just as he was clambering out the window with his arms full of...
He had already killed Captain Henry.
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
But I didn't know he was dead then.
How did he get in?
The burglar?
Yes.
I don't...
I haven't the faintest idea. 1 minute we were alone, and the next minute there he was, pointing a gun at Dugel.
And you shot at him?
I certainly did.
I see you fired all the chambers of your revolver, sir.
I'm afraid I didn't hit him, though.
You fired at him, though?
He did. I heard him.
Bullets are probably in the walls. We'll find them.
No, of course.
Of course. How'd he get out?
Out the window, the way he came in.
And he did take something?
Well, what did he take, Edmund?
Oh, that silver tankard that always used to stand on your desk.
It belonged to my grandfather.
I'm sorry I didn't kill him.
It's too bad, Major. Now we must find him.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Do you think you could describe him, Major?
I never saw
partly.
him.
I could describe him partially, officer. Little chap. Ruddy face. Ginger hair, I thought. But I'm not sure. I was shooting at him.
Yes, but you missed him.
Yes, and I with... Oh, what should we do now?
I think our first task is to get this dead man out of here.
Dugel.
Yes, I don't think he'll be much help.
What's that, sir?
Why, I said...
Dead men are quite often useful, sir. Murdered men, I mean, sir.
I'm afraid I don't understand that, sir.
Why, sir, a murdered man is often the only one who knows who killed him. Except the man who did it, of course. May I telephone Scotland Yard, sir? Major Robert Henry stood and watched sorrowfully as the detail I summoned from Scotland Yard loaded up his brother's body and started away to the mortuary with it. Where's Major Ward, I asked?
He's lying down.
Matter?
After all, old chap, he's just seen a very close friend shot down in cold blood.
Oh, yes, of course. But he's a combat officer, I notice. Surely he's seen a good many other close friends of his killed.
I doubt he's seen any who were closer than Dugel.
Oh?
They've been pals since they were kids. I'm a good deal older than Dugel. Never was much of a brother to him, you know. Ward's just his age. He was the brother, in effect.
Oh, yeah?
Dreadful blow to him, especially under the circumstances.
Circumstances?
Yes. Ward was shell-shocked.
Oh.
Buried alive by a shell burst not 2 weeks ago. Yes, they didn't get him out for 5 hours. Totally unconscious. The dead man lying across his knees.
Horrible.
Unconscious, I said. perfectly conscious the first few minutes, though remember the worst part of it. Then to come home and see his best friend murdered before his very eyes.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that, sir.
Of course you didn't. How could you? You never saw him before. Did you?
I remember him now.
What? Oh, you've seen his picture. Everyone's seen it.
I remembered it from the illustrated papers when he was married.
To Marjorie Carswell.
Marjorie Carswell, about 6 years ago. Before the war.
Dugel was groomsman at the wedding.
Oh?
He was godfather for the first child, too.
Yes, I remember now.
Dugel's been stationed here in London for a year now, attached to some American something or other, while Ward's been overseas.
Oh, yes?
As soon as he heard Ward was home on sick leave, he popped out to Carling Hill. That's where Ward lives, Carling Hill.
Did you say that was tonight, sir?
This afternoon and tonight.
Oh, yes. You said your brother returned here.
He and Ward were booked for dinner at Claridge's. I asked them to stop past for a cocktail.
Yes, I remember.
They were in the library talking when this burglar, or whatever he was, entered and... Well, you know the rest.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Ward's still at Carling Hill, is it?
Yes.
She doesn't know anything about this. Or perhaps you telephoned her.
No, I didn't. I don't believe Ward did either. Quite understandable if he didn't, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
I was wondering...
Yes, sir?
I was wondering if I hadn't better go down to this mortuary place where they took poor Dugel, you know.
Well, sir...
What?
Oh, I shouldn't if I were you, sir.
Well, look here, why not?
Well, sir, the police surgeon will be examining the body now.
Well, what difference does that make?
You won't be able to see your brother, sir.
Oh, what'll he be doing? Something unpleasant?
I don't think you'd better go, sir.
Oh. Well, what'll I do?
Perhaps you might stop and see Major Ward, sir. Perhaps there'd be something you could do for him, or better still...
What?
I was wondering if you'd like to call Major Ward's wife, sir.
Marjorie?
Yes, sir.
I see. Tell her what's happened. Break it gently, you know. She was very fond of poor Dugel. Good. Oh, but I say, what'll you do?
I was hoping I could see the library.
Library?
Isn't that where they were when the burglar shot your brother?
Oh, yes. Don't expect to find the fellow now, do you?
No, sir, of course not. I want to look for bullets.
What bullets?
The ones Major Ward fired at the burglar.
Oh. Why?
Why, Major Ward fired all the bullets in the cylinder of his revolver. If one or more is missing in the walls, well, perhaps he didn't miss, after all.
And the fellow will be carrying one of Ward's bullets in his body.
And we'll put out a call to find a man that answers the description Major Ward gave us.
And who's been recently wounded by a Webley 38 bullet. That's clever, sir.
Thank you, sir.
It'll be simple. Those slugs from a service revolver make the very deuce of a hole in a man, seeing what they do to Germans. Well, I see this case is in good hands. I'm going to go telephone Marjorie.
I was in that library 26 minutes by my watch. I was just concluding my examination when Major Henry entered again.
Ah, there you are.
Amazing.
I've been trying all this time to reach Marjorie, but the telephone doesn't answer.
What seems to be the trouble?
Why, I expect she's asleep after all.
How's Major Ward feeling?
Still sleeping. Not very quietly, but sleeping. How have you been doing?
Major Henry, I've just made the most extraordinary discovery.
Whitehall 1212, which you are listening to, is compiled from official Scotland Yard records. And this story, like all the others, is true, except for the names of the people involved. It is presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard. Research is by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, back to the story of the murder of Captain Dugel Henry of the King's Royal Rifle Corps, which occurred in September 1918. Inspector Gregg had just told the brother of the murdered man that he has made a most extraordinary discovery in the library where the murder occurred.
No, sir. I'm afraid I can't tell you about it now.
Police secrets, aren't I right?
You could call it that, sir.
Well, I expect you'll tell me in your own good time, won't you?
I probably shall, sir. I probably shall.
Well, then. Now, I think Edmund Ward had better go home.
Well, sir...
Eh?
Well, there's no harm in getting him home.
I should think not.
Yes, sir, quite.
I was wondering something.
Yes, sir?
I'm due at the War Office in 15 minutes.
Yes, sir?
If I could persuade you to drive him home, you're quite through here for the moment, I fancy. You've made your extraordinary discovery.
Yes, sir?
Well, then, I could lend you a car. I think we can spare enough petrol.
It'd be on official business, sir.
Oh, quite so. So it would, wouldn't it? You'll do it, then, like a good chap.
If I may make bold to ask you for a favor, sir?
Naturally. Tit for tat, old boy.
If I could borrow your car to drive me to the mortuary after I take Major Ward home?
And breaking the news to Marjorie?
Of course, sir.
Well, I think so. Oh, I say, the mortuary. You wouldn't let me go there.
This will also be official business, sir.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I didn't think of that. Certainly, you may use the car.
I'll send it back by a police driver, sir.
Oh, I'll have my man drive you, sir. I say, what do you call yourself? I mean, how does one address you? Sergeant? Lieutenant? Were you ever in the army?
Yes, sir.
Oh, really? A sergeant or...
I was invalided out after Passchendaele, sir.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Sergeant.
I was a lieutenant colonel in the Royal Artillery, sir.
I do beg your pardon, sir.
That's quite all right. Forget it, Major.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'm ashamed to say I really did chuck my rank about just the slightest bit. I let Major Henry stand to attention a little longer than was absolutely necessary, and I let the other major, the one who had been so grievously shell-shocked, ride in front with the driver. We arrived at Carling Hill and drove sedately up to the small cottage he occupied with his wife whenever he was home. We entered. The place was dark.
My wife should be somewhere about. Marjorie, dear? Marjorie, are you asleep? Marjorie, we have a guest. I'm afraid she's asleep. I'll go see. Marjorie! She's not here.
She's not?
She's not here, you see.
Turn on the light. There's nobody here.
She may be in the other room. We have a very small place here. Marjorie? She's not here either.
Could she be at one of your neighbors?
Well, there aren't any neighbors very near. I wonder where...
Shall I help you look?
Oh, no. I'll find her. She's about somewhere.
That her hat there?
Where? Oh, yes, that's her hat.
Well, then she must be here. Wait, I know what to do.
Where are you going?
That's your telephone there.
Yes, but who are you calling?
Put me through to the nearest police station, please.
No, don't do that. I can't have policemen running about...
Inspector Gregg of the CID here, Scotland Yard. I shall want a police constable here at once, please.
No, please. There is no necessity to have a policeman here. I'll find her. I don't want any big, flat-footed constable mucking about in my house. Now, listen to me. Listen, I say
Thank you very much. He'll be here in half a minute, Major.
But I don't want anybody, I tell you.
I'll wait a moment till he gets here. Now, where shall we look next, Major? The largest, the most truculent policeman I've ever seen shortly appeared at the door, complete with manacles, lantern, and an enormous truncheon. And I returned to the waiting car whilst he and Major Ward began their search. Not with exceptional grace on the part of the Major, I thought. I would have liked to remain, but I had an appointment with the police surgeon at the mortuary. The body of the dead Captain Dugel, Henry, lay on a white table, now in considerable déshabille. "Sit down," invited the surgeon, and I sat down beside the late captain.
I wish I was a detective.
You got a better job.
Huh. You chaps have someone to talk with.
That's right, we do. Too many.
Who shot this one? He didn't say.
If he could, he probably would.
Where'd it come from? Somebody'll catch it for shooting an army officer.
He was in his brother's library with another chap.
Who?
Friend of his. Burglar came in and killed him.
He didn't know the burglar?
Dunno.
Huh.
You know an odd thing?
About what?
The burglar.
What?
Other fellow said he shot at him.
Who shot at whom?
Other chap shot at the burglar and missed him.
Oh.
An army officer, too.
The burglar?
No. This chap's friend.
Lots of army officers can't shoot.
And this one admitted it.
That's unusual.
In the library where this one was shot.
Go on, Daddy.
6 bullets from a service Webley. Emptied the cylinder. I saw it.
What's so funny about that?
I went into the library afterward.
And?
Not one of those 6 bullets was there. In the wall, or the floor, or anywhere.
Webley revolver bullets?
Yes.
I found them.
What?
Here they are.
These are Webley bullets.
Right.
Where'd you get them?
In the captain's body.
Ah, there's only 5 here. Where's the 6th?
In his tunic pocket. Here.
How did he get there?
Only one that didn't go into him. Flattened out against his cigarette case. See? Have one of the captain's cigarettes.
Woodbines, no thanks.
I don't mind. I like woodbines.
Blow it the other way. Look.
I'm looking.
Sure these bullets killed him?
Positive?
No other wounds on him?
None. And answering the question you haven't asked yet, yes. I'm practically certain they're from an Army Webley revolver. Saw enough of them when I was in the Army.
I'm sure, too. I carried an Army Webley myself a long time.
Sure enough. Sure enough to convince a jury?
Well, no.
You haven't got a case.
Who's that?
Come in.
Is Inspector Craig of Scotland Yard here?
Tell her no.
No, madam.
Who is she?
Who are you, madam?
Marjorie Ward.
Marjorie Ward.
Tell her to come here. I'm sorry. Will you come here, please, Mrs. Ward? Are you really Mrs. Ward?
You're Inspector Craig.
How did you get here?
I found a taxicab.
You're a genius, madam.
Where were you? How do you know where I was? How do you know who I was? Where were you?
Give her a chance, Inspector.
Answer me, please.
I was in the cellar.
Answer the rest of it, madam. The inspector wants to know.
I was in the cellar all the time. I heard you and Edmund. I heard the constable come in. He's the one who let me out.
Let you out?
I told him I had to see the Scotland Yard man, and he said... Who's that? Oh, Dugel Henry. Oh, no. Is he dead? He is dead. He is dead. Then Edmund did kill him. Oh. Oh, poor Dugel.
Don't please, madam.
Be still.
Why do you say your husband killed Captain Henry?
He the one that had the bullets in the Webley? He the one that was with this poor blighter when the burglar...
What are you talking about? What burglar?
Is he?
Yes, he's the one.
What burglar?
Your husband said he saw a burglar shoot Captain Henry.
Where?
At his brother's house.
Robert's house?
Robert Henry's.
Where's the burglar?
He ran away after the killing.
Oh, poor Dugel.
And your husband shot at him, but he missed.
It was Dugel he shot at. There wasn't any burglar. Edmund murdered poor Dugel just as I said he would. Edmund murdered him. I know he did.
You're very convincing, madam, but why should your husband shoot the man?
Yes, why? They were friends?
You fumbling idiot.
Don't call names, please, madam. Both Inspector Gregg and I had grave doubts of your husband's story, inasmuch as the bullets that killed the late lamented are undoubtedly from your husband's service revolver. But
why? Why should he?
Because my husband's crazy. Yes, he is. Long before he got shell-shocked, he was crazy. I can prove he's crazy.
How?
Oh, listen to me, whoever you are. There's a history of insanity in Edmund's family that's easy to prove.
But it isn't enough to prove him crazy, madam.
Well, then look here. Look at my shoulders. Does a sane man beat his wife with a whip?
Where?
And look here at my arms.
Better let me put something on there.
This
madam.
is what he gave me when he locked me up.
But why should he lock you up?
The man must be crazy.
I'd written Edmund that I was going to divorce him. And then he came home, shell-shocked.
Shell-shocked?
He was buried alive.
And I hadn't the heart to go through with the divorce. Poor Dugel came here to call. And he was sitting there talking to me. Not about the divorce at all. And Edmund came in. I went out of the room. And then after a while, Dugel left. Then Edmund came back, and his eyes were blazing. He hit me with his riding crop, and he swore at me. Accused me of all sorts of dreadful things with poor Dugel here. And Dugel was such a good friend of both of us. And when I tried to reason with Edmund, he hit me again. This is the mark of that. There was nobody there except us. He screamed at me, threw me down the cellar stairs, screaming that he'd killed Dugel. He knew where Dugel was going, to his brother's house. Edmund would kill him, then come back and murdered me because he said I was a... I just can't say what he said I was. He slammed the cellar door, and I could hear him raving and screaming. I'll shoot him. I'll murder him. I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
And so he did.
Poor old Dugel. You were the best friend Edmund and I ever had. And he's killed you.
And where is he now?
Who?
Your husband.
He's still at home raving, I suppose.
Oh, I am then, am I?
Edmund!
Yes, my beloved wife. Yes, me. Hello there, Dugel, you. I did you in all right, old pal. I know it. Oh, there you are, Marjorie. Stand up and be killed, dear. Made that silly great oaf of a constable tell me where you'd gone, and here I am. And I'm going to kill you. And you. And you. And you too, Dugel. Killed you once, I can do it again.
He's got a gun.
Didn't know I had another, huh? I'm an officer. I got 2 guns. Quite enough for everybody. You first. Well, I'm sorry. I don't seem to have any more bullets. Cartridges, I mean. Excuse me, Dugel, for not having any more cartridges Mark III. I seem to have used them all up killing you. Excuse me, sir. Is there something I could do for you?
Edmund Ward, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder.
Well, excuse me, sir. Sorry, dear. Beg your pardon, Dugel. Old chap.
Yeah.
I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Edmund Ward was duly tried for murder and duly found guilty. He was, however, adjudged insane And instead of the scaffold, he ended his days at Broadmoor. His wife got her divorce.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Gregg. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Guy Spall, Lester Fletcher, Gerard Burke, and Isabel Elson. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. America is a country blessed with mountains and forests, woods and timberlands. But each year, thousands of acres of our forests are destroyed by fire. And these are acres of wealth and beauty that cannot be replaced. This is our most shameful waste, because most forest fires are caused by human carelessness. Today, this problem is more vital than ever, because forest fires destroy the natural resources upon which our nation's security depend. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, brought to you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, this is the voice of the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. This is a man's handkerchief. I doubt you've ever seen a handkerchief so stained with blood. I don't believe I have. I just like to touch it. They should really wash these things, shouldn't they? If the young man who owned it had washed it, he wouldn't be where he is now. No, I don't know exactly where he is, but I've been led to believe it's an unpleasant place. His body is buried, as Mr. Justice Coburn said, within the precincts of a prison in which he had been confined. That was Pentonville Prison, where a great many murderers are buried. Now, here is Chief Inspector Godfrey Allen Rouse, who had most to do with the case number H42426.
Yes, I'd been on duty all night. No, I'd had no adventures at all, except an interview with a sad, fat man who'd accidentally set his bed on fire, and whose landlady was annoyed with him. I don't believe the poor man has smoked cigarettes in bed since. I was shambling sleepily along a certain street in the West End, thinking how nice it is to go to bed at the height of the full, fresh, fragrant morning, when my arm was rudely seized. My thoughts of bed vanished with a minor popping sound as I recognized the features of Mr. Alistair Crumbine, proprietor and chief clerk of the nearby Forensia Hotel. I gathered from Mr. Crumbine's gobbling that someone was violently dead in his hotel. Sighed and followed him. There, a functionary conducted me by means of a frighteningly creaky lift to the top floor of the forensic and preceded me into a room, the door to which was standing open. Across the neat bed lay the body of a dead woman, appallingly battered about the head and upraised arms. She was a thin, middle-aged woman, and there was no sign of blood on her. It had been carefully washed off. although the bed linen was spattered freely. There was no sign of a weapon, and the room, except for the carnage on the bed, was quite tidy. A door leading to what I assume was a private veranda was closed, locked, I afterwards found, from the inside. The functionary and I stood and looked silently, and then I heard the lift creak again, and Mr. Alistair Crumbine was there. Who is she, I asked Mr. Crumbine.
She's dead, isn't she? There's no doubt she's dead, is there?
I reassured him, and he burst into lamentations.
Oh, my poor hotel. What's my poor hotel going to do with people getting murdered in it? What's to happen to me?
What happens to your guests, Crumbine? She is a guest, isn't she? Who is she?
Oh, the poor lady in my hotel. She's dead.
Yes, she's dead. Who is she?
Eh?
Who is she?
It's Lady Madge Johnston. She's dead.
I knew of Lady Johnston. Lady Madge Johnston, a well-known philanthropist, widow of Sir Lawrence Johnston, a former member of the London County Council, reputed to keep a large box of crisp £1 notes for handing out to indigents at all times. What are you doing, Alistair?
The box of money's here, all right.
Mean there is a box of money?
Look.
You may believe it or not, but there was a great Schweppes ginger beer case still bound with iron straps under the bed, and it was absolutely running over with fresh, crisp Bank of England pound notes.
Cool.
Wonder if it's all there. Wonder if he took a fistful.
Who?
Chap that did her in.
I wonder who did it. In my hotel.
When did it happen?
The maid found her when she brought up a cup of tea at 7 o'clock, like she always does. Darjeeling tea she always drank, the poor thing. Nasty strong stuff. At 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
And then the maid came and woke me up, and I hurried home at once. Had a seizure, she said. Elsie Weed from St. Louis, USA.
Who?
The maid had a seizure.
She say anything?
Only that she was going home. She had
I know, a seizure. Anybody else been here?
I don't think so. No.
Who was that man who brought me up here? He's been here.
Oh, Fellows, the porter. He operates the lift.
He here?
Eh?
Was he here?
Oh, he must have been, mustn't he?
Has he any ideas? What does he know?
I'm afraid I didn't ask him.
Get him. I want to talk to him.
Oh, yes, of course.
Get him.
Yes, of course. Fellows! I say fellows!
Isn't there a bell on that lift?
Oh, yes.
Well, use it then.
He'll hear me. Fellows!
So will everyone else in the hotel.
Oh, do you think so?
You'll have everyone up at the place here, and I don't want them. Ring the bell.
Oh, yes, of course. He'll be here at once.
Where does that door lead?
What door? Oh, to the veranda.
Wonder if he got in that way.
Don't open the door. Oh, don't be careful. You'll fall. Be careful.
What on earth happened here?
Oh, I should have told you. Oh, I hope you didn't fall. Only you're still there. There's no floor on the veranda.
What?
We have the carpenters here, you know. They're making a few changes. Some new floors in the verandas. A
man could break his neck here.
It is quite a fall, isn't it?
Where are these carpenters? Have they got ladders?
Ladders? Yes, of course they've got ladders. How do you think they get up here? Do you suppose it was a carpenter that did it? Oh, but they all go home at night. They leave the tools and... I say, she might have been struck by a hammer, mightn't she?
Let's see. Might very well have been. What about their tools?
I was saying they leave them in a storeroom, locked down on the ground floor.
We shall go down there and look presently. Best send for these carpenter chaps.
Do you suppose... I say, do you suppose one of them could have done this? Good heavens. They do use hammers, don't they?
We shall see. I think we should have them here at any rate.
Oh, by all means, old boy. Oh, here's the lift. I'll tell Fellows to ring up the carpenter foreman and have him... Oh, Fellows, would you... Oh, it isn't Fellows, is it? Oh, good morning, Sepperly. Where's Fellows?
Good morning, sir. He went home. His time was up. I'm on duty now, sir. I'm here.
Oh. Oh, dear.
Who is it?
Sipperly, sir. I'm the day man. Fellows went home.
Get him back here at once.
Yes, sir. But I don't know where he lives, sir. In Southend, I think, sir. Or Hammersmith. Or perhaps it's Shepherd Bush. I'm not sure, sir. Houston?
Well, do you know where that carpenter foreman lives? Get him at once.
Yes, sir. so I'm not sure...
Here. Wait
Wait a sec.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir?
Sibley isn't as bright as he might be.
No, sir. Oh, there's Lady Johnston. Morning, Lady Johnston. She's sick. Oh, what's the matter with Lady Johnston?
Please go, Sibley.
Run along, old boy, do.
Yes, sir. Shall I, sir? Oh, is something wrong with Lady Johnston? She hurt, is she?
What shall I tell the boy?
He'll find out sooner or later. She's dead, son.
Oh, what's the matter with her?
She's been killed.
Who killed her?
We don't know, Sibley. Now, please go on.
I know. It's one of them carpenters has killed her. That's why you want me to go find them. I know what you're talking about. I know.
Be quiet, Sibley.
Huh? Well, who did then? Tell me who did. Tell me.
Now, go on, Sibley.
Yes, Mum. Sir, poor Lady Johnston. I know. I heard him talking in the night.
Well, indeed. Do you have many like that?
Poor Sibley. Still, the boy may be right, you know.
About what?
About the carpenters, of course.
Why?
Well, you said she was battered to death with a hammer. A hammer's a carpenter's tool, isn't it? A weapon?
I said she might have been beaten with a hammer. She might have, I said.
Well...
Are there no other hammers in your hotel?
The carpenters have the only ones. They're the ones who did it. They must be. They did it. No, wait till we get them here. Don't you think so, Chief Inspector?
I don't know.
Well, then, who could have?
I don't know that either.
You wait till we get them here. You'll see.
Look here, old chap.
Eh?
Just run along to a telephone, will you, and ring up Scotland Yard. It's Whitehall, 1212. Tell them there's been a killing here and ask them to send some people.
Send who? Whom?
They'll know whom to send. And tell them I'm here too, will you, and I want someone to relieve me.
Yes, sir. What'll I do then, sir?
Then I suggest you go talk to Sibley. Perhaps he and you can think up some good ideas together.
I'm your man. Oh, poor Lady Johnston.
Whilst Crumbine dashed down the stairs, which also creaked abominably, I sat myself down with Lady Johnston's corpse to think. These are the things I thought of. A, the good charitable lady had been killed in the night. Whoever did it had, with the good lady, made a great deal of noise. Note, who heard the noise? And when? Did they recognize any voices? Someone who was familiar, or had become familiar with arrangements at the Forensic Hotel did it. Else, how had he known about Lady Johnston? How had he got in the room? That door to the outside, to the veranda, had been locked. And the veranda 5 floors above the street had no floor anyway. How did the intruder get in? Or had he not had to get in? Had he been inside all the time? And what had the night porter been doing? Sadly, I must have a little talk with that night porter, and I remembered his name, Fellows. The man who had been relieved by the boy Sibley and gone home to Southend or Hammersmith or Shepherd's Bush or perhaps Euston. The night porter would have a lot of questions to answer, I could foresee. Lady Johnston said not a word to me, but grinned horribly. There were a couple of spots on her face the person who had washed her up had missed. "Excuse me, milady," I muttered, and went to look at the outer door. The key which had locked it was still in the lock where I had left it. The inside, mind you. I opened the door. The floorless veranda yawned above those 5 stories to the street. Could a ladder, I wondered? Carpenters use ladders. I must see if that foreman carpenter or his mates had been reached yet. I closed the door, locked it. Went out and ran to the lift. After a moment, it started up. Well, I reflected, that would at least save time. I could ask Sibley some of the questions that plagued me. Perhaps he might know something. I waited as patiently as I could. At last, it hove in sight. "Hello, Sibley," I said. I could see Sibley staring up at me. "Hello, Sibley," I said.
Why, you remembered my name, sir. Thank you, sir. Hardly anyone remembers my name, sir. Joseph Adoniram Sibley, it is, sir. From Blackpool. It's way up in Lancashire, sir. I don't know your name, sir, though.
Well...
Oh, no, don't tell me. I'll find out. Poor Lady Johnson, she didn't remember my name either. She always called me boy. I hate being called boy, don't you, sir? Yes, sir. Do you want to see Mr. Crumbine, sir? He's on telephone. He's calling the foreman carpenter, sir. Mr. Morris, like you said. Only he can't get Mr. Morris on the telephone. And so he called Fellows. Fellows is the night porter, sir. And he lives in Kennington.
Not Southend or Hammersmith or Shepherd's Bush.
Or Euston. No, Kennington. Mm-hmm. Kennington isn't far away, and Fellows will be right here in a minute, and maybe you'll know who killed poor Lady Johnston. She was so nice. But she always called me boy instead of my right name, Joseph Adoniram. Don't you feel dreadfully sorry about her? I'll take you to the cellar, sir, whilst Mr. Crumbine's on the telephone. This is the cellar, sir. There.
Nothing down here.
Storeroom, sir, where we keep the guests' trunks and boxes and everything, sir. Excuse me, sir, I beg your pardon, sir. Excuse me, sir. I'm always bothering the guests, sir. Mr. Crumbine tells me, and...
Look here, Sibylle, you're not bothering me, and besides, I'm not a guest. Why now?
Well, sir, I want you to know that I'm really not such a simpleton that Mr. Crumbine thinks I am.
Now, look here, Sibylle.
He thinks I'm not quite bright, sir. But I'm bright, all right. And I have the equivalent of a high school education, sir.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, sir. I know algebra, sir, up to binomial theorem, sir. And I'd wager Mr. Crumbine doesn't know that much about algebra. And I know Latin. Quousque tandem abutera Catilina patientia nostra. That means, how long, O Catiline, are you going to continue to try our patience? And I know Kipling quite well. My father was a great student of Kipling. Excuse me, sir. There's a widow in Sleepy Chester who weeps for her only son. There's a grave on the Parbeng River, a grave that the Burmans shun, and there's Subada Prag Tewari to tell how the deed was done. That's the grave of the 100 Head. I know it all, but excuse me, sir, I forget so much. I think that's why Mr. Crumbine thinks I'm not quite bright. I can't remember things. I tried for me trade test in the war, sir, but right in the middle of the examination, I forgot. I've forgotten what I forgot. But they made me go away. That's the room there where the carpenters keep their tools. Wouldn't you like to look at it, sir, while Mr. Crumbine's on the telephone? Well, goodbye, sir.
I wonder if he heard anything last night. Or has the poor beggar forgotten it? Well, I suppose we'll never know. Poor kid.
Hello, Chief Inspector. How did you get down here?
The lift.
Oh, simply take you to the wrong place. I'm going to sack that fellow.
Oh, no. This is quite the right place. Did you get your people?
The carpenters? No. But they'll be coming in. The fellows? Yes, he's on his way. Turns out he lives in Kennington, no distance at all. What do you mean about the right place? Want something down here?
I thought I'd have a look at this place where the carpenters store their tools.
You do think it was a carpenter, did it?
Where's this place?
Just a step. Here.
Not locked up?
Well, they go in and out all day. Come on, I'll show you. Here they are.
The carpenters?
No, chap. The tools.
Let's have a look. Saws. Whatever these things are.
Planes.
Levels, drill braces.
Miter boxes.
Hammers. I say, let's have a look at these.
Suspicious, eh? Suspicious, eh?
Yes.
Well, let's have a look.
Looks all right. So it's this one.
There's only 3.
3 what?
Hammers. Hammers. Matter.
This one's clean.
Beautiful. These carpenter chaps...
I mean it's clean.
Oh. You mean...
Like the old lady was. Carpenters don't usually wash their hammers, do they?
Well, I don't know.
I'll tell you, they don't. Look at the others. See? Sawdust, rust here, paint.
I see, but I know. Maybe it's new.
I don't know. But I don't think so.
Well, have you found the murder weapon, gentlemen?
Whitehall 1212, to which you are listening, is compiled from records of authentic cases from Scotland Yard. The research is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. In today's story, Chief Inspector Rouse has just discovered what may be the murder weapon in a cellar storeroom. Now, back to the story itself.
The people from Scotland Yard for whom I had asked, photographers, fingerprint men, all the rest, including a relief for me, had now arrived, and I sent an earnest young constable back to the yard with the extraordinarily clean hammer, with instructions to take it to the forensic laboratory people for a thorough examination. I sat down in the corner of the cellar with Alistair Crombine and Fellows, the night porter, and held grave discussion.
Good thing you got me before I got into bed, sir.
Why is that, fellows?
Once I got my eyes shut, sir, you'd never have woken me up till Monday, sir.
Good heavens. Is today Sunday?
As ever was, sir. And we all ought to be in church singing hymns or praying or going on like they do, sir. As I say, sir, it's a good thing you found me sitting there eating the last of my liver and onions in my Sunday night shirt, or I should never have waked up until 8 o'clock Tuesday night and Monday being my night off, sir.
At which time you'd have been sacked, because you're due on the job at 6:30, my dear fellows.
Sorry, sir.
That's why we weren't able to reach those carpenters.
I'm all at Nonconformist Chapel, sir.
Well, you can arrest them Monday, Chief Inspector.
Why should I arrest?
Well, it was their hammer that Lady Johnston was murdered with, wasn't it?
We don't know that yet, you know. Wait till I hear from the
Have
laboratory.
to be certain you know, sir. You know what Sybil has been saying, sir?
Oh, that nonsense.
What's Sipley been saying?
If you listen to everything Syphilis been saying...
What's Sipley been saying?
He says he recognized them, sir. At least 3 or 4 times he told me, sir.
What's Sipley been saying?
Oh, a lot of nonsense.
What, fellows?
Well, sir, excuse me, Mr. Crombine. He's been hearing voices.
Voices?
Voices? What kind of voices, fellows?
Well, may I tell him, sir, what Sybil has been saying?
If you want to make a fool of yourself.
I believe him, sir. That lad wouldn't tell a lie.
Hasn't brains enough to tell a lie.
Well, what's he been saying about voices?
He's been hearing him, sir, nearly every night for a week.
What sort of voices, fellows? Sibylle, let's have him in here and ask him.
He's gone, sir. I met him when I came in.
I sent him out for some coffee for all these Scotland Yard fellows.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're all very grateful. Wonder where all my men are.
All over the place.
Well, sir, Sybil has been telling me he sleeps here at night, sir, on the other end of the cellar. That 3 times, I think it is, he's been waked up and by strange men's voices whispering.
He's balmy.
Now, wait, sir. I thought I heard them myself. And Sybil and me we've gone hunting for them all over the hotel.
Find them?
Well, no, sir, but I believe they're the ones stole that hammer, if they did, and killed poor Lady Johnston with it.
Syphilis swears he's heard them. Unless it's an hallucination. Might be, you know.
He's been waking me up every night, practically.
You don't believe it.
Well, clues sometimes come from the strangest places.
There might have been somebody planning to. Yeah. Still, we never found anybody.
It'd be extraordinary if you did, fellows.
Beg your pardon, sir?
It isn't that simple.
But, sir...
But it's interesting enough to make me want to know more, I can assure you of
you
that.
You see, sir?
Nonsense. The man's daft.
Well, we'll see. And at that moment, the earnest young constable I'd sent to the laboratory with the 2 clean hammer arrived. Well, Constable, I said?
Yes, sir. They've examined it. There's a preliminary report, sir.
I was being a little too Sherlock Holmes.
No, sir.
Eh?
No, sir.
What?
Well, should I be for these gentlemen, sir?
Eh? Oh, Crombine. Well, it's your hotel, and fellows. Perhaps we may find your whisperer.
Syphilis, sir.
Speak up, Constable.
Well, sir, first the laboratory said the hammer looked too clean to be true.
Huh.
It was. It had been wiped clean.
Exactly what I said.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Well, when they started to examine it under a low-power microscope, sir...
What did they find?
A drop of blood. A blood stain, sir.
Well.
Yes, sir. Under one of the claws, here. where the cleaning rag missed it.
The type?
AB, sir.
Wonder what type Lady Johnston's is.
We got a sample, sir. That's what took me so long.
What type?
They're identical, sir. This is the weapon she was killed with.
Constable...
There's something else, sir.
What's that, Constable?
Well, sir...
Will you gentlemen excuse me for a moment, please?
Oh, yes.
Well, Constable?
I stopped by the CRO, sir.
The Criminal Records Office, Well, that's quite right. There should be a check made of every person concerned and every crime investigated, of course.
I had some checks, sir.
Good.
Here.
Both these people?
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Better turn your back to them, sir.
Yes. Combine and Alistair. No record. Well, I'm glad of that.
Yes, sir. Read the other.
Fellows George, no record. Well.
The other one, sir.
Sipperley, Joseph Adoniram. Oh, no.
Read it, sir.
I needn't need to more than glance at the card. Sipperley, Joseph Adoniram, had been convicted twice. Once for robbery, once for causing grievous bodily harm. Both felonies. Who was not quite bright? And when Sipperley returned with the coffee for the Scotland Yard men, the earnest young constable and I called him aside. In Sipperley's own room, we showed him the card containing the notation from the Criminal Records Office. He looked at me with something of a sneer, and his voice wasn't the same.
Well, copper, I suppose you want to search me.
I turned away while the constable frisked him, as the Americans put it. Nobody said anything. When I turned back, Sipperley was grinning at me. The constable looked at me in horror. There on the little table before them lay a blood-stained handkerchief.
It was in his pocket, sir.
Don't let that give you any ideas, Chief Inspector. I was boxing the day before yesterday with good old fellows, and he blooded me nose. Ask him.
Get him, Constable, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Fellows.
Hello!
Come in here, please, Mr. Fellows.
Right! Come in!
Ask him.
What's wanted, sir?
Fellows, were you boxing with Sipperley here the day before yesterday?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir, I was.
See?
Did you...
Give you a bloody nose, didn't I, sir?
And here's the handkerchief I sopped it up with.
You've been carrying that wretched thing about in your pocket all this time?
But when we sent the blood-stained handkerchief to the laboratory, they found the blood on it was not type A, Sipperley's own, but type AB, which was Lady Johnston's. Confronted with this anomaly, Sipperley made a statement.
Yes, it's her blood. Yes, I killed her. I'm sorry I didn't get all of the blood off the hammer. I made up the story of the people whispering, so if I couldn't blame it on the carpenters, there'd be somebody else. You'll find the handkerchief I used for my bloody nose on floor of my room under the rug by my bed. I just pocketed the wrong one. They both looked alike. It's no good, I give up. I murdered the old fool. Why? I'll tell you why. Because everyone said I wasn't quite bright. Because nobody would bother to learn my name, Joseph Adoniram Sipperley. They called me boy. Just like the old lady did. Boy. So I killed her. I wish I could kill all of you. I didn't get any of the money, though. Fellows came along too soon, looking for the people that whispered. so I went along with him. We didn't find anybody. Boy indeed. Not quite bright indeed. Well, I almost got away with it, didn't I?
Almost. Joseph Adoniram Sibley was hanged at Pentonville Prison, and his body's buried in the precincts of the prison. The boy who was not quite bright. He wasn't a boy, though. He was 27 years old, though he looked much younger, as the prison surgeon who made the post-mortem examination said.
"1212" was Horace Braham as Inspector Rouse. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Morris Dollamore, Gordon Stern, Evan Thomas, and Lester Fletcher. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broad...
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have been, for obvious reasons, changed. The stories are produced with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now you will hear from Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. Here is Chief Superintendent Davidson.
Good afternoon. We have here in the Black Museum just about every kind of exhibit you or nearly anyone else could imagine. Weapons that have been used in murders are frequent. Garments worn by murdered persons or the persons who murdered them. Bloodstains, even many things more gruesome. But this exhibit is, I believe, genuinely unique. Do you recognize it? You should. It's an inspector's badge. An inspector of the CID, a genuine badge. It, too, was deeply involved in a murder case. This badge was once worn by Inspector George A. Frame. And here is former Inspector Frame himself, who I think will tell you all about how it came to be here. Go ahead, George.
Yes. My old badge. Let me hold it half a second, please, John. Yes, I was very proud of that badge once. I think I still am, even though it's an exhibit here on the Black Museum now. Yes. I think I'd been moderately successful as a police officer when Sir Lewis called me, hadn't I, John? Of course. Well, Sir Lewis asked me to come to his office on an important matter, so of course I went. A very impressive man, Sir Lewis. I can hear him yet.
Something of a mess down there. And there's been so much in the newspapers about it and all that we've got to get on it at once. Sit still. The Home Office asked me to assign a good man.
Thank you, Sir
Don't
Lewis.
know anything about you. Here, you're a good worker. Work, that's what this will take. Work and common sense, eh?
I'll do my best, Sir Lewis.
Hope it'll be good enough.
I'll try, sir. Yes, sir.
Dignity. Dignity is what we need. Competence and dignity. And hard work. What's your name?
Frame, sir.
This
George
case
Frame.
you're assigned to now, down in South Loamshire. Know where it is? Don't suppose you
yes.
do. Well, you'll see. Village named Ward. Odd name, Ward.
I think I know...
Little village. Man's young son was killed.
I remember, sir.
Boy about a year old.
Thought he'd been kidnapped. He wasn't. Found him in the garden next morning, murdered, slashed to death.
Yes, sir, I think
Had
I
this
remember.
local constabulary trap on the case for a week now. Inefficient scoundrel. Regular Dogberry type, I'm going to understand. Village cop, fool.
Well, sir, no.
Done nothing. Newspapers printing all sorts of stories. Well, Scotland Yard, is Scotland Yard asleep, all that.
Oh, yes, sir, I've seen
Will
it all.
you stop badly? The Home Office has been on my neck. Settle this at once, Sir Lewis. Must this go on, Sir Lewis? Get cracking, Sir Lewis. That's your job. Frame, is that it? Go on, settle it.
Yes, sir.
Don't ask foolish questions. Get down there at once and get it settled. Now, mind you, no nonsense, no friction with the local constabulary, and no excuses. Well?
I was just... Well, sir, all right. Ward and Loamshire. I'll be off at once.
And don't come back without... Why are you standing there with that silly grin on your... Hello, hello. Yes, of course, it's Sir Lewis speaking. Get through to the Home Office at once and tell them that Loamshire matter will be settled at once. Got my best man on it. Now, go on, whatever your name is.
In the village of Ward, I was conducted to Superintendent Ogle of the South Loamshire Constabulary, who was in charge of the case, and not delighted at all at being summarily replaced by an inspector of the CID from Scotland Yard. He was quite eloquent about it.
I don't know what you think you're going to do here, Frame.
I expect to do my duty, sir.
I can dispense with your fine Scotland Yard talk, young man. We have our duty, too, you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ogle.
You may address me as Superintendent Ogle while you're about it, too.
I'm sorry, sir.
Coming your fine London ways on me because I'm a man from the Shires. I'll expect proper respect, sir. I'll expect proper respect.
I beg your pardon, sir.
And whilst you're in my bailiwick, you're to consider yourself no better than one of my constables, too. You're to be entirely under my orders. Do you understand that?
I was under the impression, sir, that I am under the orders of the Home Office.
I'll stand for no insubordination.
I'm not being insubordinate, sir. I'm merely telling you my orders.
But you're to make a fool of me. Isn't that the truth?
No, sir.
Oh, is that a fact? Well, then, what are you doing here, then? What are you doing here?
The Home Office has instructed me to try to obtain a conviction in this case, sir.
Oh, you're to obtain a conviction, then?
I'm to try, sir.
I suppose a London man knows more about it than we who live here, then.
No, sir, I don't know anything about it yet.
All you know is that Scotland Yard says I failed.
Scotland Yard doesn't say that, sir.
Well, there's been a lot of talk, and I resent it.
I'm sorry, sir. Would you mind telling me something about the case?
Don't you know anything about it?
Well, very little, sir.
How much?
Only that a child has been found dead, sir. Murdered, apparently. Have you any suspects, sir?
That's none of your business.
I'm afraid it is, sir.
Well, I don't think so.
I hope that doesn't mean that I'm not to get any help from you, sir. Am I correct, sir?
I'll give you what help we can. What help I have to give you.
Well, go ahead, sir.
What do you expect me to do? Solve this case for you and then let Scotland Yard take all the credit? I've had about enough.
Scotland Yard needs no credit, sir.
Well...
But the case must be solved, sir.
Are you accusing me of inefficiency?
Not accusing you, sir. But I'm sorry, I've been sent down here by the Home Office.
Do you think you're welcome here?
You haven't told me what's been accomplished so far, sir.
Look here now.
Yes, sir.
I've made an arrest today.
Oh, have you, sir?
I most certainly have.
May I ask whom, sir?
I arrested Elizabeth Wright.
Who is Elizabeth Wright?
The nursemaid at Madden's house.
Madden? Oh, that was the boy's name, yes.
Didn't you even know that much?
No, sir, I didn't. I expect to know a great deal more by the time I get back to London. And what about this woman, sir, Elizabeth Wright? What did...
They released her.
Who did?
The magistrate.
Oh?
And do you know what they said to me?
The magistrate, sir?
They said I didn't have one scrap of evidence against her.
But you did, of course, sir.
Well?
Well, sir?
I didn't have much.
Oh?
She was visiting her sister when it happened.
Where, sir?
In Edinburgh.
But you suspected her, sir.
Well?
What?
Well, a man's bound to arrest somebody.
Oh.
And now they send me a Scotland Yard man. I never have any luck.
I dislike to comment unfavorably on a member of my profession, but I shall not. It does seem to me, though... Sorry. I never in all my life saw such a... In 2 days, going about the village of Ward, I discovered several facts. One, there had been 2 children in the Madden family. The dead boy and a sister. Her name was Brady Madden, and she was the daughter of Madden's first wife, who was dead. The boy was by his second wife. 2, that there were several servants, including the nursemaid who had been arrested, a sweet, gentle, shy girl by all reports. 3, I learned that the father, Jerry Madden, was suspected by some of the villagers of having murdered his little son, although no one advanced any reasons why they thought so. 4th, according to some of the schoolmates of Brady Madden, she was in considerable fear of her stepmother's uncontrollable temper. 5thly, that somebody unspecified would have to hang for the murder of the little boy, a conclusion with which I was fully in agreement. And 6thly, that I was the most unpopular person in the village of Ward. I was from London, and the villagers were fervent adherents of the happily disappearing maxim, here's a foreigner, let's heave a brick at him. I was not encouraged, especially since Superintendent Ogle made no secret of his antipathy toward me. A little discouraging. I thought of returning to London, but I remembered Sir Lewis was there and stayed on. I visited the Madden household. Mrs. Madden was confined in a nursing home at the edge of the village. She had not recovered from the tragic death of her little son. The daughter Brady was at school. Elizabeth Wright, the maid whom our village policeman had arrested, had gone back to her sister's home in Edinburgh. I was received by Ellen Perry, another servant who was not the happiest of mortals, but who talked freely.
Horrible, sir. Just plain horrible. It's all I can say. Poor little fellow.
I suppose you have no ideas on the matter, have you, Ellen?
Oh, Lord love a duck, no, sir, not I.
You never did suspect Elizabeth Wright, I suppose.
Oh, that fool.
You shouldn't speak that way of the poor girl, Ellen.
I'm speaking of Gumshoe Ogle.
Excuse me. I mean...
Policeman indeed, the great oaf. He couldn't detect a change in the weather, that one couldn't. No, sir, I don't suspect anybody. Though Lord knows I wish I did.
What about Miss Brady?
Oh, not Miss Brady, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you don't think I suspect Miss Brady, Ellen. I meant, what does she think?
Oh, well, I'm sure she doesn't suspect anybody, sir. Not Miss Brady, the poor child.
Ellen, how do you and Mrs. Madden get along?
The finest woman that e'er drew breath, sir. The finest, dearest woman. Poor dear, she's only got one tiny fault.
Her temper.
Her what, sir?
Her temper?
Why, Lord love a doc, sir, Mrs. Madden ain't got no temper. That's what I was saying. She lets everybody walk over her. She's got no more temper than a mangle wurzel.
Well, I was told she has a very violent temper.
Oh, not her, sir. Someone's been pulling your leg. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Well, but why should I?
No, sir, I've lived in this house ever since she married Mr. Madden, and I've never seen her raise her voice, even when she fell down the well and near drowned. The well there, sir.
I must be mistaken, then.
Oh, you are that, sir. A sweeter woman ne'er drew breath, sir. Poor woman.
Well, I'm sorry to have thought so. I mean...
No, sir. Temper me eye. Not Mrs. Madden, sir.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm going to tell her, sir. She'll die laughing.
Oh, no, please. Please don't say anything to her about it, Ellen. Please don't.
I'll keep your secret, sir.
Well, thank you, Ellen. That's a good girl.
Who told you that, sir?
Why, you know, I really don't remember, Ellen.
Curious, sir.
Well, now, who would...
Yes, sir. Temper. Oh, blimey. Excuse me, sir.
I went to call on Superintendent Ogle. Though it was near enough to high noon, I found the gentleman still in bed and in no very good humor at being awakened.
What do you want now?
I wanted to ask you a question, Superintendent.
Well, ask it.
I'm sorry to wake you, sir.
I'm awake now. What do you want to know? Just hand me my trousers there, will you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're getting them on backwards, sir, I think. Other way around, sir, I think.
Right.
What do you want?
I was wondering whether you collected any tangible evidence at all, sir.
Tangible?
Anything I could see?
No.
There wasn't anything?
Nothing I considered important. I'd have told you.
Nothing at all, sir?
Give me my shirt. Thank you.
What did you find, sir?
Nothing of any importance. Socks suspenders, please. Thank you.
What, sir?
Oh, some rags.
Rags?
Lend me my socks. Thank you. Look like a nightgown or something torn into bits.
Nightgown, sir?
That's what I said it looked like. There's some stains or something on it. Paint, I expect. Someone been using it to clean paintbrushes.
What color paint, sir?
Huh? Toss me my shoes. You needn't throw them, you know.
Sorry, sir. What color paint?
Sort of dark wet. Oh, look, I bust my shoelace. Getting a man up in the middle of the night. Oh, the running here. No.
What'd you do with the nightgown? Sure, it was a nightgown, sir.
Well, looks something like one.
What? Where is it now, sir?
How would I know?
Eh?
I burned the nasty thing up.
Oh, no.
Well, it was partially burned when I found it, a bit of trash. I finished burning it up.
Then it's completely gone, sir.
Of course it is. What did you expect?
I didn't expect anything, sir.
Hand me my necktie, will you?
I'm afraid I don't understand a man with even the rudiments of a police education who could consciously make such a stupid error. Who knows that, good heavens, there were reddish-brown stains on the discarded garment, if it was a garment, in the very middle of a case of atrocious murder in which the victim had bled freely and he thought they were paint, and the thing had been wantonly destroyed. I found myself beginning to splutter as I walked down the lane toward the nursing home. I found Mrs. Madden, the bereft mother. In her condition, it was useless to attempt to talk with her. She just lay there and smiled a vague kind of smile. A man who identified himself as the proprietor of the nursing home deigned to talk with me.
Yes, sir. She's been like that all the time, ever since they brought her here, after the poor youngster was murdered. She was such a happy woman. Now
Has she been quiet all the time?
Never opened her mouth except to cry out for her baby, sir.
Nothing more?
Well, what would you expect her to do, sir?
Why, I understood she has a very violent temper.
What?
Violent temper?
You're mistaken, sir, if you think so. I've known this girl since she was in swaddling clothes, and she... Oh.
What?
You've got her mixed up with Jerry Madden's first wife.
Well, I don't know.
This girl wouldn't hurt her. Yes. You're thinking about the first wife, Brady's mother.
What about her?
Brady? The girl's named after her mother.
What about her?
Why, she had a very violent temper, sir.
Oh, she did?
Didn't you know, sir, that she died in the insane asylum?
No.
Raving and screaming like a lunatic? She was a lunatic, sir.
And an idea crossed my mind.
As a matter of fact, son, not to be telling lies, but after all, you're a policeman, you won't tell anybody. She was a lunatic. And so was her mother before her. I didn't know the grandmother.
Whitehall 1212, to which you are listening, is compiled from actual case records of Scotland Yard. This one is true, as are all the others in this series. Only the names of the participants and the actual location are changed. Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from the chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express, Percy Hoskins. And the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, let's go on with the story.
I passed Superintendent Ogle as I trudged down the road to the Madden home. He didn't answer my greeting. I walked on and, deep in thought, presently arrived. Ellen Perry was in the yard with a basket full of clothing for the family laundry. Afternoon, Ellen, I said.
Afternoon, sir. Did you find out anything, sir?
I went to the nursing home. You were right, apparently.
I told you so.
Did you know the first Mrs. Madden, Ellen?
Brady? Brady's mother?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I remember her. A crazy woman. That must be the one you was thinking of when you talked about Miss Madden's temper, sir.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
She died, you know, when Brady was just a little girl.
Yes, I know.
Well, now, will you excuse me, sir, while I get on with preparing the washing for tomorrow?
Go on, Ellen.
Thank you, sir.
And so I had time to think a moment alone. I'd done a good deal of thinking on the way from the nursing home, but seeing the preparations for the morrow's wash day... A nightgown, I remembered, a possibly blood-stained nightgown. I thought about the circumstances of the murder. The little boy had been put to bed. He was found slashed to death in the morning. Ergo, he had been murdered during the night. Right so far. Whoever had done it more than likely have splashed blood on his clothes, her clothes. There's only one person I suspected. A sneaking, unreasonable kind of suspicion. But there wasn't anyone else to suspect. The first bride had been crazy, with a violent temper. She died in the insane asylum. Her daughter had told a deliberate untruth about her mother. An untruth that would have been immediately apparent to anyone but a stranger like myself. Brady must hate the stepmother. It's an old story. But could she hate her enough to... An appalling thought. Thought of a girl getting up, wearing her night clothes, taking one of her father's razors, and going then to the little boy's room, her white nightgown. I didn't want to think about it. I tried not to think about it. But Ogle had said he'd found that nightgown with the stains on it that he thought were daubs of brownish-red paint. The nightgown had been partially burnt, as if someone had tried to destroy it. Horrible thought, but... Ellen was coming back. Ellen, I said.
Yes, sir? A penny for your thoughts, sir.
Ellen, how many nightgowns does Miss Brady have?
Nightgowns, sir?
Yes.
Why, she used to have 3, sir, but now there's only 2.
Are you certain, Ellen?
Sir, I've been doing the laundry every week in this house since Brady was a baby. I think I ought to know what clothes she's got.
Yes. How long has this nightgown been missing? A long time?
No, sir. Logs?
What?
It was the morning the little fella was... I remember. I gathered up the clothes to be washed and all 3 nightgowns was there.
Yes.
And Brady met me on the stairway and she was crying and she asked me to get her a drink of water.
Yes.
So I set down the basket and went and got her one. And then I picked up the basket and went downstairs and when I took the things out of the basket there was only 2 nightgowns in it.
Did you say anything to anyone?
I told Miss Brady and she said I must be mistaken and the house was in such an uproar, sir, but there was only 2, sir, and there's only 2 now. What do you suppose become of it, sir? Oh, there's Miss Brady now, sir, coming home from school.
Where?
There, coming down the lane, sir. Now, way back there. Brady!
All the way down the lane, I was rehearsing in my mind what I would say to her. And when we met her and I looked in her staring little beast's eyes, I knew what to say.
Hello, Ellen. Why, what's the matter, sir?
Brady Madden, I arrest you for the murder of your brother Damon Madden, and I warn you that anything you say... I took her to the magistrates to be heard. From the windows of the village schoolroom where we sat, I could see the townsfolk gathering angrily in the streets. I suppose I was not too surprised when the presiding magistrate told me that I hadn't enough evidence, that it was impossible at that moment to remand her for trial. They were far from convinced that the Crown had a case. But, they assured me, we will not close the case now because you have a very interesting theory, but there's not enough evidence, they said. We wouldn't dare to act on such incomplete evidence at this time. We'll not write it off as closed, they told me. If you find any additional evidence, well, we'll keep the case open. And so I came away to London, with Superintendent Ogle of the Loamshire Constabulary marching beside me to the train to protect me from the consequences of my foolishness, he said pompously. I could hear the villagers' boos and catcalls from the train with the compartment window closed. I'd done my best, but I can still see Ogle standing there with upraised hand against the populace, and Brady Madden standing alone, looking after me as if she'd like to murder me. I went to Sir Louis' office when I arrived in London.
Come in. Oh, so you're back.
Yes, sir.
Come here.
Yes, sir.
Well.
I did my best, Sir Louis.
And a fine monumental mess you made of things.
Well, sir.
I told you to get a conviction.
I was sure I had one, sir.
Rubbish.
I'm sorry,
Don't
sir.
talk sorry to me, my man. You're as big a fool as that old stone in Loamshire.
Sir, that's...
There's a bigger row raging now than ever before. Scotland Yard and the Home Office have been made fools of.
I'm sorry, sir.
Questions have been asked in Parliament, sir. What do you say to that?
I'm sorry, sir. I still think we can get a conviction. I know I can turn up more evidence. That girl's as guilty
You'll
as...
turn up no more evidence.
Why not, sir?
Because you've done enough to disgrace us all, and I'll have no more of your blundering. I demand your resignation, Inspector Fred.
So that's why I'm a greengrocer today. Come and see me if you're needing anything in my line. Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Inspector. George Frame didn't tell you the end of the story. This all happened several years ago. 1 year ago, I was told that a Miss Brady Madden wished to see me. She came in. Miss Madden?
Yes, sir. Do you know me?
I've heard your name.
In Ward, in Loamshire, several years ago.
Yes.
Yes. I'm graduated from school now. And lately I've fallen in love with a young man. He's a clergyman, an Anglican priest, a man of God.
Yes.
We were to be married.
Yes?
But my conscience... Why don't you say yes? You say yes to everything.
I know nothing about your conscience, young woman.
I told my secret. I told my fiancé everything.
Yes?
I wanted to confess. I told a man of God, the man I was going to marry.
What did the man of God say?
He told me to come to the police with my confession. I murdered my brother.
And so we took her back to the magistrates with her confession, which she freely made. She'd never been tried. The case was still in abeyance. So Brady Madden was at last brought to trial. She was found guilty and sentenced to be hanged. The sentence was afterward changed to life imprisonment, and justice was done. But George Frame is still a greengrocer. He handles an excellent line of Brussels sprouts. This is the badge he used to wear.
Here today on Whitehall 1212, Lester Fletcher as Inspector Frame. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Carl Harbord, Guy Spall, Patricia Courtley, Evan Thomas, and Beulah Garrick. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Many of us are now enjoying a happy Labor Day weekend, but we should always keep in mind that these long weekend holidays are often tragic times for some of us who start out gaily to enjoy them. More than 1,300 American families will lose one or more of their loved ones in accidents on the highways because someone was reckless and careless while driving.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The next voice you will hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. We keep this document in an ordinary letter-sized filing cabinet, the kind you've surely seen many times. Oh, yes, here it is. It is typed on the official stationery of a London evening... never mind, it's the stationery of a London newspaper. It's titled Confession in big black letters. And it is a confession, the signed and attested confession of a murderer. No, it didn't hang him. Mr. Justice Anderson, who tried the case, castigated the man in the newspaper severely when he halted the trial. But that's not all the story. Here is Chief Inspector Hubert Allen Scott. He'll tell you the whole thing. Will you speak up, Herbert?
Yes, it was in September 1931, wasn't it, that this began?
September 1931, yes.
September 1931, the 17th, that's right. It was an empty shop at New Compton Street, Soho. I suppose you'd call them wine merchants, the people who had occupied the place. They'd moved out in a hurry, and the place was littered with the things that had been peculiar to their business. Empty wine bottles, broken casks, a few crates that had once contained rather inferior clarets. Although the place had stood vacant for some 2 months, it was still appallingly filthy and showed signs of someone having lived in the place during that time. A pair of brothers named Eaton had recently taken the place to house their sign painting professional business, or whatever sign painting is, and it was the elder Eaton, Oswald, a man who wore a most impressive beard, who had telephoned Scotland Yard. It was nearly noon when I arrived in response to the summons. Oswald Eaton sat glumly on a drum of blue paint and stared at a corner of the shop. I identified myself.
How do you do, Chief Inspector? She's over there in the corner, behind the counter.
I made my way through the litter to the counter. To the little counter in the corner of the room where the cash register had stood. And there she was.
She's dead.
A youngish woman with black hair, wearing a green woolen suit, crumpled up under the little wooden counter as if she'd fallen asleep there. Lying quite peacefully on the floor, one arm cuddling what had been a Jeroboam of... I glanced at the label, very inferior champagne. Her face... I don't like to think about her face. The woolen belt of her dress was knotted tightly about her throat. Not at all an edifying sight. Who is she? I asked Eaton.
Never saw her before.
How'd you get in here?
Sure, I don't know, Chief Inspector. Horrid, isn't it?
How many times have you been in here?
Only twice.
When?
Day before yesterday, when I saw it the first time. Yesterday, when I told the agent I'd rent it from his sign shop.
Was the agent here with you?
Yesterday, yes. Before, no.
Was she here then?
Didn't see her.
The agent didn't see her yesterday either, I expect.
Didn't say anything about seeing her.
Well, I must talk with him.
Got an office, such as it is, next door but one.
What's his name?
Harold Turner.
What sort of chap is he?
Seedy.
Oh? Office next door, you said?
Next door but one. Poor blighter.
Why poor blighter?
Poor fellow's Stony Brook.
Oh.
He used to own this wine shop before he got run out of business. Lost every bean.
That's a shame. Happens to a good many people these days.
Lost his home, flat, you know. They took that away from him, too.
Where's he been living? What's the matter?
He's been living in here.
Here? I mean, in this shop here?
That's right. See? That's where he slept. That's straw over there.
Ah.
Said he'd moved to a new place when I said I wanted to rent the shop. He did.
Where? You know?
His office, I mentioned. Has a carpet on the floor. Better bed than his straw. Oh, poor beggar.
Say he's been staying here up to yesterday,
The day before. Moved out at once when I told him I wanted it. Hadn't much to move. Look, what do we do about this new tenant here on the floor? Now, I've got to get this place cleaned out.
I'll have her taken to a mortuary.
Someone killed her, you suppose?
Looks like it.
Somebody strangled her with her own belt.
We'll have to let the police surgeon decide that.
I don't see any other wounds.
And you don't know it?
Not I.
Perhaps this Turner will.
If she's from around this neighborhood, he will. He knows everybody.
He have a key for this place?
There isn't any key. Been unlocked all these months. I haven't one made. Ugly, isn't she?
Well, she's hardly at her best just now, you know.
Never was, I should say.
You say you don't know her?
Look here, Chief Inspector, my friend. Do you think I did this?
If I should happen to think so, Mr. Eaton, I'll tell you that, I promise you.
Well, all right. Don't keep me in suspense.
I won't.
All right.
Do you know anything about this you haven't told me?
No, I don't.
Do you suppose you could call and ask your Mr. Turner to step in here whilst I finish my preliminary examination? I'd like to have a little talk with him.
You're thinking he did it?
Will you allow me to draw my own conclusions, Mr. Eaton?
I'm sorry.
I'm hoping he can identify this woman.
Oh, excuse me.
Will you call him, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed, sir.
There's not much to examine, but though I made short work of it, Eaton had not returned when I finished. I suppose I should have stepped round to the office of Mr. Harold Turner to determine what was causing the delay, but I noted a pay telephone in the corner of the shop, and I used it instead to call Scotland Yard and arrange for the removal of the body of the unfortunate woman. And then I decided to follow Mr. Eaton. 2 doors away was the office in question. It didn't seem to me as I entered to be the kind of place an indigent renting agent was using as a doss house. It was neatly, if not elaborately, furnished, and a well-dressed young man smiled at me from a battered but quite decent desk.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, I say, I'm looking for Mr. Oswald Eaton, but,
Eaton? Oh, the chap with the beard who rented my old wine shop.
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I haven't seen him since the day before yesterday, sir.
Eh?
I completed my arrangements with him, left him in possession. Said he'd just fix himself up a bed on the floor.
Are you Mr. Harold Turner?
That's right. I'm sorry, I don't...
Are you Harold Turner?
Most assuredly am, my dear fellow. And who would you be?
You're Harold Turner.
I've told you what...
Where did Eaton go?
You're being most impertinent, sir. Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Chief Inspector Scott. Scotland Yard, you know.
What do you want Eaton for, Chief Inspector?
Why, he said... Are you the man who rented that shop to Mr. Eaton for his sign painting?
Sign painting studio? Well, I'm afraid I am, if you mean the place where I formerly sold, or rather failed at selling, a most inferior line of wines and liquors. What's he done? Set it on fire? I had my suspicions of the man from the beginning, Chief Inspector. But he's paid me my money, and there's always the insurance.
You haven't seen him this morning?
Not since the day before yesterday, as I told you.
Tell me something, Mr. Turner. Were you or were you not living in that place since your wine shop...
I think you'd have difficulty in convincing my wife that I've been living anywhere but in our flat. You're talking about living there. That's absurd.
Mr. Eaton said you'd been living there ever since he showed me the spot on the floor where you had your bunk.
Now, that's arrant absurdity, sir. Here's the telephone. Pick it up and ring through to my flat. Here. Here's the number. Or telephone my landlord. He'll tell you where I've been living since 1925, sir. And you can easily find out where I've been spending my time.
All I know, Mr. Turner... You are Mr. Turner, aren't you?
Of course I'm Harold Turner.
I'm sorry. All I know is what Mr. Eaton has told me.
What Mr. Eaton has told you. Look here. He's the bloke that's been pigging it there. For 2 nights at least. Where is he? Let me get my hands on that citizen. I'll chuck him out on his filthy beard with my own 2 hands. Where is he?
He was coming here to get you.
Get me? What's he want of me? What's he want of me, I say?
We wanted you to identify the dead woman.
Dead identify... Look here, are you really a Scotland Yard man? What dead woman, I say? What dead woman?
Mr. Turner, I'm sorry.
You'd better be, sir, coming to me with... What dead woman?
I'm sorry. There's a dead woman in the shop where you were living. I mean...
Are you from Scotland Yard, sir, or are men in white coats looking for you?
If a man in a white coat had suddenly appeared at that moment, I'm certain that I would have slunk up to him and begged refuge in his butterfly net, pending my removal to the nearest loony bin. Instead, clutching Mr. Harold Turner securely by the arm, I proceeded back to the former wine shop. Nothing had changed.
Where's this dead woman?
Here she is.
Hmm.
Do you know her?
It's Marlena.
Not Dietrich.
Marlena Corcoran.
You admit you know her?
Of course, everybody in Soho knows Marlena. You know what I mean. She's dead, isn't she?
Well, there's not much doubt of that, Mr. Turner. Who killed her, do you suppose?
I don't know. I didn't. Eaton?
We don't know, sir.
No, not Eaton.
Frankly, I'm beginning to wonder, sir. But we shall see. Tell me about her, please.
Well, Marlena's been a character about Soho for a good many years. Since the war, at least. Everyone knows her. She wasn't very smart. But, poor girl. She must have got in here hoping to find a bottle of wine or something.
She apparently did.
That bottle she's clutching never had anything in it. It's an advertising thing. Not very good champagne, either.
And she was killed.
Maybe they're fingerprints. On the bottle, I mean.
We shall see. My murder squad will be here any moment. They'll be checking on everything, fingerprints and everything.
Poor old Marlena. Wonder where the sign painting maestro went.
Ah, here come my people now.
Who's there?
My reinforcements, the murder squad. What did you say?
I said I wondered where Eaton went when he said he was going to look for me.
Oh, we'll find him. Never fear about that. The men with the grisly wicker body basket came and took Marlena away with the police surgeon. The men with the efficient little black bags and the little vacuum cleaners came, and they searched everything in the dingy little shop. The fingerprint men came with their brushes and powders and cameras, and they examined everything. The other men came and listened to what was said, and they echoed my confident statement. Oh, we'll find him, never fear. There were no fingerprints, there was nothing at all. The police surgeon agreed she had been strangled with her own belt. And the hue and cry was raised, and Oswald Eaton was not found. And presently what was once Marlena Corcoran was buried. Then, it was 3 weeks later, and I was sitting gloomily in my office alone when a strange man entered. He showed a great expanse of gleaming white teeth as he introduced himself as a crime man from the evening, well, never mind what paper it was. And I said yes, and he sat down.
You really are Chief Inspector Scott, then? I'm afraid I didn't give you my name. Romney Benedict. I'm glad to see you, sir.
I'm afraid I'm not a very good subject for an interview, Mr. Benedict.
I didn't come to interview you, sir.
Oh?
I came to give you some information.
Oh?
I'm given to understand that you are troubled, if I may use the term, by 2 things, Chief Inspector.
If there were only 2, I should be extremely happy.
The murder of a woman in Soho.
Marlena Corcoran.
Was that her name?
Yes.
And the whereabouts of one Oswald Eaton.
I am reasonably certain that finding Mr. Eaton would be of value in solving the murder. We've been searching for him.
I can find him for you.
I trust this is not a joke, Mr. Benedict?
It is not, sir. I can produce Mr. Eaton on comparatively short notice.
Where is he?
In our office.
How long has he been there?
For some time.
I must warn you, Mr. Benedict, that if you're attempting to interfere with the...
Oh, my dear sir, let me assure you we have no thought of interfering. We are trying to assist justice, on the contrary, as we shall demonstrate to you.
You have been holding the man by your own admission, so that we have been unable to find him.
I think you would find it rather embarrassing and, I'm sure, useless to attempt to prosecute us, sir.
Explain that.
I should be happy to, sir.
Well?
Be so good, Chief Inspector, as to have a look at this document.
What is it?
You'll see that it is clearly entitled Confession.
Confession of what?
Confession to murder.
What?
I think you'll find it in good order, sir. Dictated to one of our stenographers, approved by our own legal staff who have read it, signed by the man who dictated it. This is, of course, a copy. We have the original in our files.
What is it?
A confession to the murder of Marlena Corcoran. Signed in the presence of witnesses by Oswald Eaton. It's yours, sir. We also are interested in seeing justice done.
Did you pay him for this?
Can you pay a man for signing away his life?
I don't know.
We offer it to you freely, sir. And if you don't want it, my dear Inspector, you can read it tomorrow in the pages of our great paper.
Well, what about Eaton? Where will we find him if I don't accept your offer?
We'll find him for you.
Scotland Yard finds its own criminals.
You're being dramatic, son. We found this one. Come and get him. And if you're not disposed to accept this document and prefer to read it tomorrow with our thousands of other readers throughout the British Isles and abroad, we shall be charitable when public opinion asserts itself. We shall lead you to him again, and you can use your own excellent judgment.
Give it here.
You're so gracious, Chief Inspector.
Excuse me, sir. Scotland Yard is grateful to you for assisting us, although I'm sure you're aware that this confession is not admissible as evidence.
It'll be an extremely useful guide in preparing your case.
I'm not finished, sir. I was going to say, however much we deploy your methods, and I may say your morals.
We may rely upon your well-known generosity, sir. May I suggest that you send for your prisoner at once? We're at some expense.
I shall accompany you myself, Mr. Benedict.
My car is outside, sir.
After this somewhat painfully formal exchange of the amenities of the occasion, I was relieved to be able to look Mr. Oswald Eaton once more in his beard and say to him that, among other things, whatever he might say from now on would be taken down in writing and might be used in evidence. Mr. Eaton giggled and jingled money in his pocket. I was actually sorry for the fellow. It was his own blood money he was jingling. A magistrate remanded him at once on the strength of his confession and the things I could add to jail, Bow Street. He chuckled as his cell door closed behind him. The newspaper came out with great boastful headlines. They even mentioned the sum of money they paid Mr. Eaton for his confession. We received some of the congratulations, and my name was in the story, too. We set out at once to recheck the points he made in the confession. He had confessed that he strangled her with his bare hands. I referred back to the report of the police surgeon.
The cause of death was strangulation or suffocation accomplished with the belt of Marlena Corcoran herself. There is no evidence that manual strangulation was employed.
No evidence that manual strangulation was employed. I had an exhumation order issued, and a second post-mortem examination of the victim's body was made. They established that it would not have been possible for her to have been strangled by anyone's hands. The belt was the sole cause of her death. I asked Eaton, and he laughed through his beard. I went back to the confession. I gave her a bottle of liquor to drink, and she finished it said. Then she started it on the Jeroboam of champagne, drank it all, became unconscious, and... I reached for the telephone and called Harold Turner. Didn't you say, Turner, there'd never been any champagne in that bottle?
Never a drop. It was a fake. An advertising stunt. You couldn't have got a drop of liquor of any kind into it or out of it. It would have leaked out through the holes that were cast right into it.
I got the bottle and looked at it myself. It was porous. I told that to Oswald Eaton, and he laughed again. And then a man came to me and assured me he would swear to having seen and sat alongside Eaton in a public house for 5 hours the same night the murder was committed. The public house was several miles from the place in Soho. I asked Eaton about the mistake, and he laughed again. Astonishingly, we didn't have a very good case. And after Eaton had repudiated his confession, we found we were exactly where we had started. And when the trial started, Mr. Justice Anderson let it stumble along for one whole day. He was very patient. And then he stopped it. Mr. Benedict from the newspaper was in court to report on the outcome of the paper's great bid for justice. I could watch him turning several colors. Or perhaps he was reflecting the colors that my face changed as Mr. Justice Anderson spoke.
Anything more disgraceful I have never heard. A man goes to a newspaper office and says, "I am confessing that I have been guilty of murder." The newspaper representatives then take him about the country, photographing him, and for hours refrain from communicating with the police, as every decent and respectable citizen ought to do as soon as he hears that a crime has been committed. I warn newspaper men of these proclivities, that if they do this sort of thing, they are likely to find themselves very seriously dealt with.
Those are the exact words used by the justice himself at the time. This is another story compiled from Scotland Yard's own official files for Whitehall 1212, to which we're listening. Whitehall 1212 is researched by Percy Hoskins of the London Express. It is written and directed by Willis Cooper. No, this is not the end of the story. Listen for the astonishing and true conclusion now.
You will be interested in what happened to Oswald Eaton, the erstwhile sign painter, and the others. Eaton enjoyed the £500 he was paid for his confession for a year or so. He then quietly disappeared, and a short time later turned up as an aircraftsman in the Royal Air Force. He afterwards deserted. More about that later. Mr. Benedict lost his position with the newspaper and became a betting commissioner. That is to say, a bookie, and not a very prosperous one. The mystery of who murdered Marlena McCaughrean was, so far as I've been able to discover, never solved. I was discussing the case with Harold Turner one autumn day in 1936, 5 years later.
I had a curious bit of news today, Hubert.
Yes, what was that?
Remember our old friend, the sign painter with the beard?
Oswald Eaton? I shall never forget that one.
Neither shall I. You all but had you arresting me for the murder of poor Marlena Cochrane. I wonder who did kill her.
What about Oswald Eaton?
Eaton? Oh, yes, Eaton. He was in the RAF, you know.
Still is.
No.
Huh?
He was out in West Africa somewhere.
I know.
He's posted as a deserter.
Good. Perhaps the cannibals will eat him.
Shouldn't think he'd taste very good with that beard. Not the fact he did desert.
What do they do to deserters?
Time of war, they shoot them.
Too bad he didn't wait for a war to desert.
He'll come to a bad end.
I hope so.
Clever blighter at that.
Made a fool of me, all right.
Made fools of everybody.
The way he led me on.
Wonder if he cooked up that scheme on the spur of the moment.
Must have. Came into the shop and found poor Marlena lying there, scuppered. Thought up a way to get out of my hand. What a sap I was.
No, I don't think so. Anybody'd have believed him.
I fell for it.
And then when he did get away, he rushed out and cooked up his phony confession.
And his way to get out of it.
And sold it to that stupid newspaper.
Pretty smart.
Made a profit.
Wonder who did kill that Marlena woman.
Nobody'll ever find out.
Smart, clever man.
Deserted from the RAF, though. In West Africa. That's not smart.
Hope the cannibals eat him.
You said that. And I said they wouldn't.
Count of his beard, you said.
What business are you on now, Hubert?
Scotland Yard business, my good man. Same old things. Murders, robberies, frauds. Oh, there was an interesting murder yesterday. This morning, rather.
What's that?
Thank you, I will have another beer.
Huh? Oh.
Miss, couple more pints of the bitter, please.
What happened? Who?
Woman over in Clapham.
Oh, do they count murders in Clapham? Thank you, miss. Who was she?
I don't know much about her. It's no assignment of mine, thanks. Found her in her own flat.
Different from poor old Marlena, strangled in an empty...
Quite different. Right at home.
Comfortable.
With her head cut off.
I don't know who she was.
Fingerprints. Clothes, whatnot. Besides, she was at home.
Any idea who did it?
Not yet.
Be careful, Oswald. Eaton be confessing to it.
From West Africa. No, the wogs get him first.
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks since he's deserted. Time enough for him to get back to Clapham, buy a snickersnee, and go visiting. Watch for aircraftsman Eaton, Chief Inspector.
I said that wasn't all. Exactly 4 days later, I had a telephone call from my friend, Inspector Arthur Austin, who was handling the case of the headless lady in Clapham.
It's Arthur Austin, Hubert. Look, Hubert, weren't you involved in that case where the fellow confessed a few years ago?
The murder thing, you mean?
Weren't you?
I most painfully was.
We've got something like that going.
Oh, have you?
That Clapham murder, you know. Got a confession from a chap.
Chap with a beard, by any chance, named Oswald Eaton?
A beard named Oswald Eaton?
Oh, fool.
No, this one's got no beard, old boy. Must he have a beard?
Mine did.
Well, this one hasn't.
Pay no attention to him. Mine's a deserter from the RAF, and the cannibals have eaten him.
Beard and all.
Oh, dear. Goodbye. But the cannibals hadn't eaten him. Oswald Eaton, now aircraftsman John O'Brien, had escaped them and come back to England, to Clapham, where he'd had the misfortune to fall in with an old friend, and over a few too many drinks of something or other, had unfortunately murdered her. And when the lady was dead, he remembered he had once made a tidy sum of money by making up a confession and then repudiating it. Of course, there wasn't any money in this one, but what'll work once will work again, he thought. He forgot something, though. He forgot he had once been married to this particular lady friend. And when Scotland Yard began to ask questions, it was thought very strange that aircraftsman John O'Brien was the confession writer. And there wasn't any aircraftsman O'Brien, but there had been an aircraftsman Oswald Eaton who answered to much the same description. And he was a deserter, and the RAF wanted him. And when they found that the lady without a head had once been married to an Oswald Eaton, and the confession was quite useful. And Mr. Justice Anderson cheerfully put the square of black cloth on his head and sentenced Oswald Eaton to hang by the neck until he was dead. Which he did.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Scott. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Carl Hobart, Lester Fletcher, Morris Delamore, and Gerard Burke. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. In recent years, there has been a new safety slogan, just one simple word. That word is think. If you're a driver or even a pedestrian, you'll be wise to take the advice of that slogan to heart every day. Think. Always think about doing the safe thing instead of taking a foolish chance on the highway. Remember, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are produced with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is provided by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. And this voice is that of the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. Someone's put this so far back on the shelf. Here it is. This is what is known as a Winchester bottle. This one is the 80-ounce size, half a gallon. There are 20 ounces in an English pack. A Winchester bottle is frequently used in hospitals for the storage of liquids, which are shortly to be used. Milk, for example. That's what this one was used for. You will note that there are two fairly clear fingerprints on it here. Here, ringed with the chalk marks. There were once a great many more, but all have disappeared except these two, which have been covered with a plastic solution to preserve them. These are a murderer's fingerprints. These are the clues which put Scotland Yard and the Lancashire Constabulary onto him. He was, of course, hanged. Now perhaps you'd like to hear what was done to find him. Chief Inspector Leslie Crawford here was in on the most of it.
4 years ago, I was a hard-working chief inspector at Scotland Yard. I didn't know how hard an officer could work before this case. I was roused at 3 a.m. by a telephone call from a town in Lancashire. Their chief constable was calling.
I'm sorry to ruin your night's sleep, Chief Inspector, but there's been an atrocious murder here, and you're wanted at once. I've cleared everything with the people at the Home Office and at the Yard, and we shall need you at once.
I'll take the first train, sir. Who's been murdered?
A 4-year-old girl has been murdered near the hospital where she was ill. There are certain clues, but not very many.
I arrived in the town of Blackburn at an excessively early hour, was met at the train by a police car of the Blackburn Borough Force and rushed at once to Queen's Park Hospital. There were a great many people there, hospital attendants and police officers. The body of the little girl, whose name was Mary Margaret, was in the hospital morgue. Her head had been smashed by a vicious blow, and there were bruises on her bare ankles. The chief constable explained that.
As if she'd been held by the ankles and her head dashed against the wall.
Is that a guess, sir?
The wall's out there, Chief Inspector. Down the little hill there.
Right on the hospital grounds?
Yes.
Your clues you spoke of, sir.
Well, I think... Nurse Rollins.
Yes, sir.
In here, please, Nurse Rollins. This is the sister that was on duty. Chief Inspector, Miss Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Go on, please.
Well, sir, little Mary Margaret was asleep with the other children.
How many of them?
4 others, sir. 3 girls and 1 boy.
Go on, please.
I was in the kitchen. I'm on night duty and we're short-handed, preparing food for them for tomorrow. And
This is a small hospital. So far as we're able to determine now, no other nurses were about.
The watchman?
Well,
I see. Go on, please, Nurse Roland.
Well, I was cutting bread and I heard a sound in the children's ward. I went in and one of the other children was crying. I picked her up and took her out to the kitchen, gave her bread and jam.
Were they...
Mary Margaret was in her bed when I come in, and also when I returned with the other little girl after her bread and jam. I bent over and kissed Mary Margaret.
Yes.
And the trolley with the empty Winchester bottles was standing alongside the wall. I saw it.
What's that?
wait.
Then, about 10 minutes later...
That would be at about 15 minutes after midnight.
Yes. I heard the dog barking, and I was afraid it'd wake up one of the children.
Why are the children here?
Oh, various minor kids' diseases, influenza and so on. They're all very poor.
As I glanced in the door, the first thing I noticed was that one of the Winchester bottles had been moved from the trolley.
What's the trolley?
Sort of little table on wheels.
Oh, yes.
One of the
Excuse me,
Winchester
sister.
bottles had been taken from it, and I saw it lying in the corner.
We have the bottle.
Go on, sister.
Then I saw Mary Margaret was gone. I ran to her bed. Sure enough, she was gone.
Had she been asleep?
Oh, yes. She didn't wake up, even when I kissed her.
Miss Rollins is tired.
Oh, don't mind me, please.
What did you do then?
I ran back to the kitchen, through the switch that turns on all the lights,
That summons the watchman to the main building, of course.
and I looked out the window. I saw what I thought might be a little nightgown. Then I ran into the ward again to see if I could have been mistaken. But I wasn't. She was gone. I cried out to the watchman Mary Margaret was gone. And he ran outside and... Oh, it seemed such a long time. He come back with her. It was a nightgown I saw.
Then what?
Well, that's all, sir. I called the police. They're all here now, sir.
The Winchester bottle, did you see any fingerprints on it or anything?
Well,
There are 2 well-defined prints on it, which are apparently new. There are also quite a number of old ones, rather smudged. But the 2 are fresh.
Why, then...
We think they're the murderer's prints.
This is from the murderer's confession 4 months later. Of course, we had no idea of it at the time.
I was outside the building. I admit I'd had something to drink.
Investigation at the time of his arrest revealed that he had drunk 6 bottles of bitter beer, 2 double rums, a bottle of Guinness, and 6 or 8 more bottles of bitter.
But I wasn't drunk, really. I don't remember how I got to the hospital or why, but there I was looking in the window. I saw the nurse carrying the other kid to the kitchen and feeding her and bringing her back and kissing Mary Margaret and going out again. Then I thought I ought to go and see Mary Margaret. That's a nice name for a kid, isn't it? So I unlaced my shoes and took them off, and I could hear the nurse singing to herself, and the outside door that leads to the ward was open, so I just sneaked in and took her. She wasn't sure who I was, but she wasn't much scared at all, I didn't think. She started to laugh but I told her to stop. Oh, I picked up that Winchester bottle to see if there was anything in it to drink, but there wasn't, and I set it on the floor before I scooped Mary Margaret out of her cot. Nobody heard me, I'm sure. Oh, yes, when I came back to get my shoes, I left them on the porch. There was a dog barking. I thought I'd make him stop, but he stopped anyway. I was halfway across the field when I saw the lights come on in the hospital, and I hurried. Mary Margaret was still lying there by the stone wall.
The sun was just rising when I went into the ward from which the child had been taken. The other children had been awakened and taken away, so I couldn't tell at that time which had been Mary Margaret's cot. The floor had been freshly painted a day or so before, and the sun, slanting across from one of the east windows, showed me something that stopped me in my tracks. It was a collection of footprints in the fresh paint. Remember now, at this juncture, I'd heard nothing of what you have just heard. I called Nurse Rowlands. "Whose are those?" I asked.
I don't know, sir. I never saw them before. It's only because the sunlight's hitting them this way that they're too large to be one of the nurses.
Stand away from them, please. We'll have them photographed.
Whose do you think they are, sir?
Additional moves. I saw the Winchester bottle in question. There were 2 clear fingerprints on it. One of a left thumb and one of a left forefinger. The fingerprint photographer copied them at once after carefully powdering them with white zinc oxide. The bottle itself was a dark greenish glass. And we had our first collection of prints complete. But possessing a set of prints and placing your hand on a murderer's shoulder are 2 different things. I talked with the chief constable.
Yes, we have several thousand fingerprints on file here in Blackburn, and the Lancashire Constabulary has a large collection, too. I'll get copies of these prints down to a laboratory at once. And as soon as their prints are ready, I'll pass them on to the Lancashire people, and then...
I've already passed the word to send them to the CRO at the yard.
CRO? Oh, the Criminal Records Office.
We ought to be of help. We've got 1 million or more prints, all indexed.
All I hope is some of us have the right one. If he's a habitual criminal or has any kind of record...
Yes.
But what else can we do?
You've looked at the grass out there in the field where she was found, of course.
Early this morning. Nothing there. The dew's taken care of that. And no fingerprints in the child's cot or anywhere else, so far as we can find.
You think it was a local man?
No way of knowing, or even guessing now.
Yes.
What are you going to do? Ask everyone, did you murder a little girl last night, sir?
Not very satisfactory.
Not very.
The bottle.
What about the bottle?
The fingerprints.
Oh.
Yes.
Meaning what?
The other fingerprints on it.
I've been thinking of that. Thing's positively gummy. Probably 9 million other prints on it.
Well, we'll have to check them all, sir.
All of them.
Well, we can't get very far till we find out who made the others. Have to do it.
It'll take years.
But it has to be done, sir.
Of course.
Well, it has to be done. Checking and identifying them is, what was it the American staff officers used to say? It's of the essence.
Of course, but,
Well, cheer up, sir. I'm asking for a crew of fingerprint technicians to be sent up from Scotland Yard. They'll make short work of it. I hope.
I wonder how many there'll be to check.
Millions, I'm afraid. Every nurse in the place that might have touched it, every workman...
Every patient.
Oh, not only the present ones, but everyone that's been here since the bottle was washed last.
Doctors.
Technicians.
Clerks.
Watchmen.
Deliverymen.
Cleaners.
Relatives of patients.
Everyone that's been here since this bottle was last washed. We checked them all. There were no fingerprints on record at Queen's Park Hospital, so we checked everyone. It was grueling work, and we were obliged to take more than 3,000 prints before we were satisfied that we had everyone. Some of them required journeys as far away as Blackpool and Lancaster, but at last, it took a month and a day, we were satisfied that we knew all about the owner of each print on the bottle. That is all except the newest pair, the thumb and forefinger of the left hand of a person unknown.
I give it to you as my considered opinion that those are the murderers' prints.
I must agree with you.
They're the only ones that we don't know about.
It very likely is, all right.
All we have to do is to identify them.
Yes. There aren't any other clues yet?
None.
I understand the whole town of Blackburn's upset.
There's been a good deal of, shall I say, unrest.
Yes, I know. One of my sergeants was hit by half a brick last night.
Hurt badly?
No. He was cycling back to the town, and he heard someone mutter something about lazy cops. That was all he heard. Good thing he was wearing his helmet.
One of my men had a telephone call from a woman he didn't recognize at his home early this morning.
They want action.
Hmm.
You've passed the word?
To whom?
Institutions and so on.
To every police force of any size in England. I asked them to print every drunk, every unaccounted-for dead man, every suicide, every tramp.
And no results?
None yet. Of course, they're still coming in. I don't have much confidence in it.
You think it was a local man?
Well,
I wonder.
Well, I think you'll agree that whoever it was knew a great deal about the hospital here and its layout.
Seems reasonable.
I wish we had fingerprints of everybody like they have in some of those places on the continent. No, I don't either.
No, we just got rid of Hitler. We can only have things like that with another Hitler.
Which God forbid.
Amen.
Well?
I know how.
How?
Let's fingerprint everybody.
You are listening to Whitehall 1212, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The story today, like all the stories heard on Whitehall 1212, is compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard and is true in all respects except the names of the participants. Inspector Crawford of Scotland Yard has just made an unheard-of suggestion to the chief constable of the city of Blackburn in a desperate effort to unmask the murder of the little girl, Mary Margaret. The chief constable is speaking.
But you can't do that, my dear Crawford.
Can't do what?
Why, force anyone to be fingerprinted. Not in England.
Yes, you can.
How?
Well, not order them to do it, because if I know Englishmen, you won't get anywhere.
I should say not. They'd mob you.
If I order them to, yes.
It's never been done before. Fingerprinting a whole town?
I'm afraid it'll have to be done, sir.
Crawford, look here. This town has a population of 130,000.
And one of them is a murderer.
Yes.
A particularly atrocious murderer.
Well?
And everyone in the town wants to turn him out.
I don't think it can be done.
It's never been done, that's true.
No.
That's not to say it can't be done.
Will you print everyone?
Every man.
Yes, I'm sure it's a man.
I'll try all the men first, and then...
Oh, I don't think it's a woman, Crawford. Those prints are obviously a man's. And that footprint we found, that's a man's footprint.
Well, shall we get started then?
I never heard of such.
Have you any alternate suggestions?
Well...
Have you any alternate suggestions?
Well... But...
What's to be gained by waiting?
Haven't enough policemen.
We'll get them.
I don't know.
Don't you think the people of Blackburn want to find this fellow, Chief Constable?
Well...
Well, indeed.
If we fail...
Everybody's failed up to now.
Yes, I know.
I realize it's an unprecedented thing, sir. I know. But we have an important set of fingerprints, which we all suspect to be the criminals. If we can find the duplicate of that set here, we'll be doing no more than our duty, sir.
I know, but to fingerprint a whole town?
How else would we find him?
But in England, sir!
I can't believe that an Englishman will stand aside when it's his obvious duty to lay a child's murder by the heels, sir. I'm afraid I can't explain to you how unheard of it is to set such an enterprise in motion in England. The Englishman is perhaps the freest man on earth. To indulge in such a thing as freely handing his fingerprints to the police is most incredible, even for such a cause. But the Englishman is also an unusual being. While we had expected opposition to the scheme, we were amazed at the response. The mayor of Blackburn spoke to the townspeople. Ministers in their pulpits urged everyone to cooperate. The wives of the citizens urged their men to give their fingerprints. I got 20 more men from Scotland Yard. The chief constable of Blackburn supplied 20 more. The Lancashire Special Constabulary sent volunteers. Boy Scouts, Girl Guides. Everyone cooperated.
In order to eliminate trips to the police stations, we sent pairs of constables and others to every house on the electoral rolls to urge every man to give us his print.
The first man to be printed was the mayor, publicly. His example was a good one. Many women volunteered to give their prints also. But it was not as easy as I expected.
A few Englishmen at first...
No, you may not have my fingerprints, sir. I've lived for 77 years in this town, and no man's ever seen my fingerprints. Am I a criminal, sir?
It took 3 of us to talk that one out of it.
What will you do when you find my fingerprints and all the others aren't the right ones, sir?
We'll destroy them, sir. We'll put them all in a pulping machine and chop them up into little bits and bury the bits. Nurse Rowlands from Queen's Park was one of our most devoted assistants. I put her under this stubborn fella.
Come on, Mr. Hodges. Don't you want to help?
I ain't going to let anybody take my fingerprints like a dumb criminal now.
Don't you want to help find the beast that killed little Mary Margaret, Mr. Hodges? Now?
I didn't kill her.
Oh, of course you didn't. Neither did I. And I gave them my fingerprints straight away, Mr. Hodges. And so did the rector of St. Pancras.
Why should he give his? A rector.
St. Pancras is the patron saint of children, Mr. Hodges.
Oh? Is he now?
Don't you like children, Mr. Hodges?
Being as how I've got 3, old enough to be your father, your mother either, and 9 grandchildren. Geordie would have been 47 come next Whitsuntide if he hadn't died of yellow jaundice in America. And 14 great-grandchildren. Do you think I don't love children then, Nurse Maggie Rowlands? Answer that. But I won't have no fingerprints taken, and that there's the last word. I'm a Lancashireman, and a Lancashireman's home is his castle, and...
Wouldn't your little great-granddaughter Sheila be just about the age Mary Margaret was, Mr. Hodges?
How old was she?
She was just 4, Mr. Hodges.
Sheila was 4 the day before yesterday. Oh, my...
Now, just give me your left hand, Mr. Hodges. Here, we'll press your thumb down here on the ink. And then...
My finger now. Don't forget my finger. Just the same age as little Sheila. I wondered if I could buy Sheila a little box of sweets over there at yon counter.
Are you wondering about the murderer?
Well, I knowed about all the fingerprinting, of course. Everybody did, but somehow or other the cops missed my house. They come the next day and I said, no, you've got my dabs, I said, and you've thrown them away because I wasn't the one. And I laughed. Well, it was a great hulking young constable from Scotland Yard itself, and he'd never been outside London, he hadn't, so he believed me. And anyhow, you can't make an Englishman give the cops his fingerprints.
And so we missed him. We missed a few others, too, although we had a pack of prints that would strangle a horse.
Not there. And that was after 2 weeks of checking the cards.
Afraid not.
Those are the fingerprints of every male between the ages of 16 and 60 in Blackburn.
No, they're not, sir.
Hey, what's that?
What's that?
That isn't all of them, sir.
They correspond with the electoral rolls, Nurse Rowlands?
There are 30,000 cards here, Nurse.
I don't care. That isn't all of them, sir. Begging your pardon.
Who've we missed?
There was hundreds of servicemen on leave here in Blackburn the night Mary Margaret was murdered, sir. Soldiers, sailors.
They've all gone back to their stations now.
There's a record of them, sir.
That might be...
Well, they're all over the world.
Be a lot of work.
Let's get the circulars out.
Circular letters to every organization from which any man was known to be on leave in Blackburn on the night of May 15 to 16, 1948.
About 190 letters with a question fingerprints and an urgent request for reply.
Then, on the chance that there might have been one unaccounted serviceman in Blackburn that night, Letters to the police departments in every section of the world where British servicemen were stationed.
Letters to the police of Canada, South Africa, Germany, Japan, Denmark, Italy, and a score of other places where the criminal might be.
261 letters.
We didn't find him.
All the fingerprint cards had been destroyed. We didn't have anything.
And the town was muttering again.
3 months had gone by, and not a trace of the murderer, except the anonymous fingerprints, had been discovered.
No wonder they muttered. We had nothing.
We thought of another thing. There were some 600 men living in Blackburn, DPs.
Displaced persons who'd made their way to Blackburn in one way or another. There were records of them.
They all marched into the borough hall together and asked to be fingerprinted. We didn't miss one.
We didn't find anyone either. The murderer must have laughed to himself.
They didn't look in the right place.
A new issue of ration books was about to be made.
The old ones were to be turned in with their fingerprint identification. Each one was examined and compared with the copies of the prints on the bottle. It was another hopeless task. But if we had to do it the hard way, that man should be caught. Nurse Rowlands found him. On duty in the Borough Hall, the 4th day of the examination, on the 46,253rd book.
I've got him! I've found him! I've found him! I've found
And the next morning, exactly 90 days after the crime was committed, the chief constable and I walked together to 21 Marfield Terrace and arrested the owner of the prints. One Lionel Tomlinson, who had been discharged from the army as a soldier with character indifferent a week before Mary Margaret was murdered.
We took away with us one of the prisoner's wool army socks. The forensic laboratory matched fibers from it to fibers found on the footprints on the floor of the ward. And the fingerprints matched perfectly.
We found out why he did it. Why he murdered 4-year-old Mary Margaret.
Quite simple, gents. She's my niece. Don't laugh, gents. I was sorry for the poor little tark. I was home about 2 days when I heard my half-brother and my sister-in-law talking about her. They hadn't any money, not a farthing. They said they'd have to send Mary Margaret away when she come back from the hospital. Give her up. You know, mates. I love Mary Margaret. I didn't want to have that happen to my darling little niece. I loved her. So that night when I got squiffed, I went to the hospital and got her and killed her.
I hope it didn't hurt her. But what else was there to do?
The trial attracted a great deal of attention throughout the British Commonwealth. Many thought he should be released. But the determination of the insanity of a criminal is judged by laws which were passed more than a century ago. Thus, after the greatest exposition of the infallibility of the human fingerprint as a clue in British history, Lionel Tomlinson was brought to trial at Castle Lancaster on the 15th of October, 1948. 5 months after he had murdered little Mary Margaret. 4 days later, he was sentenced to be hanged, and the sentence was carried out in December of the same year.
You have heard another true story of Scotland Yard, told on Whitehall 1212. Heard today Lester Fletcher as Chief Inspector Crawford. Others in the order of their appearance: Harvey Hayes, Winston Ross, Catherine Hines, Gordon Stern, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now here is the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. Now, here is what rejoiced under the name of a wireless set. Doesn't look a great deal like one, does it? As a matter of fact, I never did hear that this wireless set ever brought in any programs. Of course, it's true that there were no radio programs for it to bring in when it was constructed. But I never heard that it brought in any wireless messages either, although I'm told that there were plenty of them. No, I'm afraid this invention was completed with the sole intention of selling it, whether it worked or not. And it is true also that it did something. It helped start a man on his way to the hangman. You see, he was a murderer as well as an inventor. I shall ask Inspector George Wells, who knew him quite well, to tell you about him.
Yes, I knew him. Tom Adamson, though, the first time I ever heard of him was when he died. I mean to say I never knew him when he was alive, and I never saw the man, but I got quite well acquainted with Tom and his habits, of course. I must agree that that's not uncommon with many of the professional acquaintances of a man in my job. They're either dead when you run across them, or sometimes dead soon afterward. Tom Adamson was an innkeeper. He had the Blue Anchor at Byfleet many years ago. Tom was what might be described as a hearty man. He was a hearty eater, a hearty drinker, and a good companion. He had a wife, Nancy, who survived him for several years. Tom had a good deal of money, too, at one time, although there wasn't a great deal left when he died, and Nancy spent that in various ways. They sent me to Byfleet from Scotland Yard one night at the end of March in 1924. A chap named Harry Coombs, a newspaper man I knew in London, was sitting there when I came in. "Oh, Coombs," I said, "what are you doing here?"
Heard an innkeeper had been poisoned, Inspector. Such a difference from the usual state of affairs, they thought it'd make a good story, so they sent me up. You here for the same thing?
Do you think there'll be any necessity for me now you're here, old boy?
Well, that's quite sporting of you, sir. But stay, do.
Thank you.
I'll let you see my notes.
Good.
Innkeeper seemed to be a good fellow, by all I heard. Liked by everyone.
Who poisoned him, then?
I haven't found out yet. Let you know when I do, though.
Excuse me, I've got to see a Superintendent Brady.
He's having a supper. I'll tell you all about it. I know more than he does anyway. The dead man's name was Tom Adamson, aged 41, good man with a bottle. Gave up the ghost in horrible agony this morning at 10:30.
How do you know?
Had a glass of fruit salt, it seems. Said, "Strike me pink," and almost immediately was struck pink, or whatever color one is struck by strychnine.
Strychnine?
That's what the medical gentleman said.
How do you know?
Superintendent Brady told me, and the medical gentleman name of Auchincloss.
Auchincloss?
Auchincloss.
Oh.
He also confided in me. Better listen to me. The superintendent is at this moment up to his eyebrows in bubble and squeak, or something equally horrible, and won't talk. Can't talk with his mouth full.
You say strychnine in the fruit salts?
That's so I don't know. There's never been any in the fruit salts I've drunk, and I've consumed my share of the nasty stuff. Although I must agree, as I said before, that fruit salt is an excellent remedy for the morning after. That was the purpose for which the late lamented drank his.
Oh.
Seems there was rather a celebration at the Blue Anchor last night for the landlord's 41st birthday. It was also his last. Man cometh forth like a flower and is cut down. I've heard that somewhere.
Is that what happened? Isn't the super in there?
He's eating his supper, remember? Bubble and squeak. You need fruit salts, too, preferably without strychnine. Yes, that's what happened, Inspector. Good old Tom walked into his own bar somewhat unsteadily, poured himself off a glass of the fruit salts whilst one of the guests watched him, drank it off, staggered once more, made his classic suggestion, and...
What classic suggestion?
Strike me pink, I told you. Lurched off to his own fair white bed, howled loudly, causing the guest to abandon his breakfast and summon Dr. Auchincloss. Dr. A arrived, heard Master Tom howl once more, and watched him expire.
Huh.
Exactly what I said. Dr. Auchincloss, also being a police surgeon, is a suspicious man. He summoned a local constable who helped him carry Tom away. Tom weighed 16 stone, no small feat. And presently took a look at Tom's interior economy and bawled strychnine. Further examination proved to him that he was right. And Tom, with certain portions of his innards removed, lies now in the local mortuary stone cold while... Oh, I say... I'm staying at the Blue Anchor myself. Why not come and have a drink with me while the superintendent finishes his loathsome supper? I think Tom drank most of the strychnine.
I declined Mr. Coombs' offer with some degree of alacrity. It was obvious that he had been looking on the contents of the Blue Anchor's bar without fear of either fruit salts or strychnine. And after all, my appointment was with Superintendent Brady. That worthy officer, returning from his supper, assured me that Coombs' story was largely true. He had talked to the other guests at the previous night's party, was in fact still engaged in talking with them, with no visible results. He recommended that I see the guest who had seen Tom Adamson drink the fatal fruit salts, and I made my way to the Blue Anchor. I found the guest in question, a foreign-appearing man named Aristide Forel, who wore a carefully groomed black beard and had the brightest eyes I've ever seen. I sat down beside him as he ate ham and eggs.
Will you share my ham and eggs, monsieur?
I didn't get an opportunity to explain that I'd already eaten.
You are the agent of police, no? The detective from London, from Scotland Yard, no?
I didn't know how he knew that, or I'd guessed it.
Madame Nancy is such a very good cook.
So?
The food's very good tonight, but unfortunately not so good as when the good Nancy is here. The husband is dead. Oh, but you know that. That's why you are here.
I understand you were with Mr. Adamson when he drank the poisoned fruit salts this morning.
It was not pleasant, monsieur.
I'm sure it wasn't.
It quite spoiled my breakfast.
Huh? Oh, yes.
Well, life is like that, it is said.
Oh, yeah. Were you aware he was dead?
What? Oh. Oh, no, I thought he was suffering from the drinks he'd taken last night. I never suffer me. I'm strong.
Where is Mrs. Adamson? Do you know?
Ah, the dear Nancy. Oh, alas, she has retired.
I was in hope she might be here. But I suppose it's silly to hope to see her.
Oh, I will go up and wait her, monsieur.
Why?
Yes, why not, monsieur?
Well, it's hardly...
Ah, but we are old friends, monsieur. It wouldn't be anything.
Well, you're not that good a friend, sir, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh? You don't think so, my friend?
I You've known the Adamsons a long time, then?
I have not known Tom Adamson very long.
Oh.
Only since I have been a guest here at the Blue Anchor.
Oh.
But the charming Nancy, I've known her for a long time. Tout compris, monsieur?
I don't understand French.
Ah, non? C'est dommage.
Talk English. What's funny?
Well, I do not think Monsieur Tom was such a very likable person.
Is that funny?
I do not think Madame Nancy thinks so either, monsieur.
He's dead.
Oui.
What are you trying to say to me, Monsieur...
Forel, monsieur. Aristide, Paul, Marie Forel, l'ancien ami de Madame Nancy.
What's that mean? I don't understand French.
It means Forel, Aristide, Paul, Marie. Moi qui parle, monsieur. Me, Forel, the old friend of Madame Nancy.
Speak up.
At your service, monsieur le scapeliard.
What do you mean?
Bien, monsieur. It is my duty to speak.
Well, speak.
Bien sûr. I met Madame Nancy Adamson many months ago.
Here?
In France, monsieur.
What was she doing there?
She said she was visiting some relatives of hers. Pierregot, in the province of Picardy.
Yes?
My town is 4 kilometers away from Pierregot, Moulin-au-Bois.
Well?
I met her.
And?
Oh, I flatter myself that we understand each other.
Oh.
Yes, monsieur.
You'll have to talk much more plainly than that.
Monsieur.
I'm waiting.
Nancy asked me to come and visit her here.
She did?
Oui, monsieur. I was not asked for payment. I am a real guest, without pay.
I must ask you why.
Think, monsieur. I said Madame Nancy and I had come to an understanding.
You're in love? Is that what you're trying to say? Will you answer me, sir?
We once were.
What? Speak up, please.
We once were.
Mind telling me what that means?
I am not in love with Madame Nancy now, monsieur.
Why not, may I ask?
Because her husband is dead.
Well, why should that discourage you?
I mean because her husband has been murdered. Because he has been poisoned.
Well, I should think that would have the opposite effect.
No.
Well, I don't understand it.
I'm sorry.
How did you and Tom Adamson get along, Mr. Farrell?
Alas. We were on the best of terms.
Oh, were you?
Yes.
I think you have something to tell me.
Tom Adamson was going to invest money in my invention.
Oh, you're an inventor.
I am. I have invented a wireless set. A very good one. The best.
Did Tom Adamson have money then?
He had. Now he's dead. Madame Nancy will have the money.
Of course, naturally.
She did not wish the good Tom to give me money to invest in my invention.
You amaze me.
I shall never be rich.
I'm very sorry.
But Madame Nancy will. She will have poor Tom, my friend, all his wealth.
Well, good for her.
She will not invest in my invention.
No?
She tried to prevent poor Tom from investing with me.
Why?
Monsieur, she wanted poor Tom's money for herself.
Well, she's got it.
Oui. Pauvre Tom.
You saw him drink the poisoned fruit salts, didn't you?
I was sitting in this very chair eating my breakfast when he came in. He said to me, Forel, my friend, I'm going to give you a check now.
How much, did he say?
Oh, I think it would have been a very substantial amount. Despite what my wife thinks, he said. And then he pulled a bottle of fruit salts out of his pocket, mixed a little in a glass, drank, and gave me... He had a great fall, and he cried.
Out of his pocket? What was he doing carrying a bottle of fruit salts in his pocket?
He said he had brought it from his rooms.
Oh?
The rooms occupied by Madame Nancy and him.
Look here. He brought it from his rooms where...
Where he and Madame Nancy lived.
The poison must already have been in the bottle.
It would appear so.
But how did he get in there if the bottle had been in the rooms where he and his wife...
Who can say, monsieur?
You say she opposed his giving you money.
She She wanted Tom's money for herself.
Look here, do you think...
That is all I know, monsieur.
Look here, Forel, I want to talk to you.
Monsieur? Monsieur, the other detectives have told me that I must remain here in this place. I wish to ask you, as one man of the world to another, I wish to ask you a question.
Go on, then.
Can you help me get out of here?
Why?
I wish to return to France at once, monsieur.
Why?
I am in mortal fear for my life, monsieur.
The bearded little inventor had put a new thought into my mind. He was obviously a very frightened man, despite his look of cheerfulness, or else he was a very good actor. But I'd seen a mask slip away from his eyes. I knew what I should do. But the widow was not in her room. I must talk with someone, though. I remember that I hadn't yet talked with the medical examiner, Dr. Auchincloss. I telephoned the police station. He was there, hoping to see me. And he came at once to the Blue Anchor. Good evening, Dr. Auchincloss, I said as he sat down.
Good evening, sir. I had hoped that you could afford a little time with me, at least.
I'm sorry, sir. I haven't had an opportunity to see anyone official yet. I've been very busy.
You've had your supper?
Yes.
Thank you. I've had mine, too. Superintendent Brady and I were waiting for you.
I'm sorry, sir.
No matter.
I've been speaking with the man who saw Adamson take the drink of the fruit salts, the one that apparently killed him.
A strange little man.
He's been here for some time.
Yes, he goes to London occasionally on business for some invention or other of his, but he's been here for some time.
I know about the invention.
Did you know about Nancy Adamson, too?
He mentioned her.
The Frenchman's been here as a guest of Nancy's. He met her in France.
He told me.
Quite friendly with Nancy.
So he said.
Not with Tom, though.
I gathered he was. Wasn't Adamson going to invest in some invention of the man's?
Tom wouldn't invest in anything, not even non-paying guests. No. He's a friend of Nancy's.
Well, I must check into that.
Yes.
What about the poison?
I've had an analysis made of the contents of the bottle of fruit salts. There's strychnine in it. Tom didn't get it all. And mercury perchloride, as if one poison wasn't enough.
How did it get there, I wonder?
I wonder.
What?
I mean, I don't know. I'm a doctor, not a detective. There were traces of both poisons in the glass Tom drank out of. I analyzed it myself.
Do you know where that bottle of fruit salts was?
No.
It was in his rooms.
Whose?
Tom Adamson's and Nancy Adamson's.
Oh?
It was there just before he brought it down to the bar here. How do you suppose the poison got into it?
I'm a doctor, not a detective.
You said that.
So I did. Well...
Well, what?
Tom had drunk from the contents of the bottle before. He was a great hand for fruit salts. Wonder why he wasn't poisoned before.
I wonder, too.
You're accusing...
I'm not accusing anybody. Not yet.
I've known Nancy more than 5 years. I've always rather liked her. Stupid, but harmless enough.
Harmless?
Well...
Where is Mrs. Adamson, do you know?
In a nursing home. She's had quite a shock.
Shock, indeed.
I beg your pardon, sir. She has had, regardless of what you think, a severe shock.
I want to see her.
When she has recovered from the shock.
I'm sorry if she's a friend of yours,
She is my patient.
Oh. Oh. She is, huh? And you're the police surgeon also?
I have my own practice, too.
On which side does your sympathy lie, Dr. Auchincloss? The police, to whom you're legally and morally obligated?
Please, Mr. Wells.
Her husband's dead by poison.
I'm aware of that, sir.
She had the bottle containing the poison in her hands immediately before his death.
But...
and do you know this, sir? That this Mr. Forel, whom you suggest is also here at her invitation, is also in mortal fear for his life because of her. What kind of a woman is this?
Well, sir...
I demand that you take me to her at once, sir.
You are listening to Whitehall 1212, to another true story taken from the official files of Scotland Yard. Whitehall 1212 is researched by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. In this story, that of the case of the poisoned innkeeper of Byfleet, Inspector Wells of Scotland Yard has just demanded that he be permitted to see the woman about whom he has heard a strange story, the wife of the murdered man. The inspector speaks.
But Dr. Auchincloss, in his capacity as a private practitioner, said no, exercising his professional prerogatives, which often outweigh those of a detective, especially one who merely wishes to question one of his patients who currently was suffering from shock. I'll say nothing about his regard for his patient, which he had mentioned. Perforce, I had to give up for the moment, and I went sulkily to bed. Walking for my health in the spacious yard of the Blue Anchor the next morning, I ran head-on into my reporter friend Coombs. Coombs was brandishing a camera.
Well, Inspector. Well met, old fellow.
Morning.
Oh, just up. I've been up since the crack of dawn.
Didn't know you were a photographer.
Oh, the best, old boy. A genuine master of lens, shutter, and whatever else there is in this thing. Film, possibly.
How interesting.
Oh, it makes me ever so much more valuable to my devoted employers, they tell me. Stand, sir. I'll have your portrait.
Thanks. I don't like being photographed.
Oh, quite all right, sir. I shall not publish it. A smile, if you please. Now, look at the birdie.
No, I say.
Quite still. There you are. I'll send you a print gratis, and if you want more, which of course you will, they can be supplied at our usual professional rate.
Did you take my picture?
Yours and that of another distinguished individual a moment before you. He posed quite nicely. I thought his beard was most expressive. Pity you haven't a beard, Inspector.
Who?
None other than our distinguished... Oh, I mustn't repeat myself. Our scientist, our inventor, Monsieur Forel.
Oh.
I'm sending it to my paper along with the sort of views of the quaint yard of the Blue Anchor, scene of the tragedy, and other interesting scenes in and around Byfleet. Monsieur Forel is an important personage in this murder. He is the witness of good old Tom's untimely taking off. I set the fly, I saw him die, was my little eye. Although it's true that Monsieur Forel resembles a beetle rather than a fly. Ah, there comes the excellent Dr. Auchincloss with a fair companion. I must photograph them. Oh, dear, there's no more film. Oh, well, another time then. Anyhow, excuse me, I must get these films off in the Morning Post. The presses are waiting. Oh, my goodness, look at the fair companion.
You know her?
You don't know our fair but bereaved hostess?
Who is it?
Huh? Oh, it's none other than the poor dead Tom's wife, the excellent Nancy. Hi, Nancy. I'll come round and see you later. I must run.
And that left me alone. Mrs. Adamson came on toward me, much to my surprise. Dr. Auchincloss stopped, watched for a moment, and then went away from there.
Oh, Inspector, whatever your name is. I hear you want to see me.
I gawked at her. I was that surprised. I thought the woman was in a state of shock. Here she was, and if my eyes deceived me not, it was anger that animated her, not grief and shock. She stalked across the yard toward me. No wonder the doctor ran away, I thought.
And I want to see you. There's a bench there. Sit you down.
Yes, well,
look here. What's this fella been telling you? And where is he?
Are you talking about Mr. Forel, madam?
I am talking about that black-bearded perfume.
Please, madam.
I will not please. He's saying that I murdered poor Tom. That nasty little... Why,
madam, please.
I know what you want to see me for. You want to tell me that Forel's accusing me. And I'd give my soul if poor old Tom was alive again. He murdered Tom. He poisoned Tom, and I'll tell you why he did. Because Tom wouldn't give him his money to finance that worthless invention of his.
But Mrs. Adams...
Tom had been saying no to him all the time the man's been here, eating our food and drinking our beer. And Tom, poor dear Tom, he told me he was going to give him his final no, make him get out of here. And that's what Tom did. And Forel poisoned him.
Madam.
I know. He hated Tom and he hated me.
Madam, you'll pardon me, but was not Mr. Forel in love with you?
Inspector, if you are an inspector,
I am, madam.
I'll not permit you to insult me.
Excuse me, madam.
Wait. Has that man told you that he's in love with me?
Well, he said he was at one time.
I suppose he also said that I'm in love with him, the filthy brute.
He said that you invited him to come and visit you here.
Oh, you may stop, Inspector.
Eh?
I'll do the talking now before you insult me any more.
But
Be quiet. I'll tell you the truth. I met that man in France.
That's what he's...
I said be quiet, sir. I met him in France and I heard about his wireless set. And he learned who I was. That my husband, my poor Tom, had some money. Poor Tom.
Well, that's what he called it.
Be quiet while I talk. Only 2 weeks after I came home, he showed up here.
Didn't you invite him, madam?
I did not. He came here to try to get money out of Tom, and Tom wouldn't give him none, and he stayed on, and poor Tom wanted to put him out. There he is! There he is! Stop!
Who, your husband?
Stop him, someone! Wait!
Who is it?
Wait! It's that man, Forel! Stop! Stop him!
Forel!
Stop him!
Forel, come here!
Stop him! Stop him, you murderer!
Forel disappeared, as well he might. Mrs. Nancy Adamson fainted and was put in bed in her own room under the expert care of Dr. Auchincloss. All day long we searched the countryside for the Frenchman, but he was not to be found. I gave up about 6 o'clock, and with Mrs. Adamson safe in bed under the care of the good doctor, I sat down in the bar of the Blue Anchor for a much-needed glass of beer. I had just finished my second when a telephone call was announced for me. I found the telephone with some difficulty and answered. It was from Scotland Yard in London.
Is that Inspector Wells?
Yes, Wells here.
Look here, this is Superintendent Grove at the yard.
Yes, sir.
I say, have you seen the newspapers yet, Wells?
No, sir, they haven't arrived yet.
Well, look here, there's a picture, a photograph of that French fellow with the beard in it. That fellow up there at Byfleet, Flodell, is that his name?
Yes, sir, I know about it.
There are others who know about it, too.
What's that, sir?
About 10 minutes ago, a chap rang me up. A chemist, it seems.
Yes, sir?
He recognized the picture of Forel, is it?
Yes, sir.
He recognized him as a chap he sold something to in London here the day before this innkeeper was poisoned.
What, sir?
He says he sold the man some poison.
What? I mean, what?
Listen, will you? He says he will swear that he sold Florell a packet of strychnine and a smaller packet of mercury chloride. I say, are you listening? Are you there?
I didn't wait. I ran out, straight into the arms of Coombs, the reporter photographer, who thrust one of his newspapers into my hand.
Isn't it a fine, juicy photograph? Look at his beard, Inspector. You should have heard him when he saw the vain blighter.
Where did you see him? Have you seen him? Where is he?
Why, he's down at the railway station waiting for the London train, of course. Do you want to see him, Inspector?
I did. I found him 2 minutes before the train arrived in which he would have escaped. After he'd been arrested and brought to trial, we found out the rest of it. He told us how he had been refused money for the final time by Tom Adamson and told to get out. He saw Tom reach for the bottle of fruit salts. Tom had always kept in a drawer back of his bar, not in his own quarters, incidentally. And he had offered to mix Tom his pick-me-up, surreptitiously adding the contents of the 2 packets of poison he had bought, of all things in London, to use in improving his wireless set. How, I don't know. The wireless set never did work. And we gave it to John Davidson at the Black Museum. Forel, he was convicted of murder. And the hangman was very careful to lift his beard so that he could get the rope under it.
With another true dramatization of a case from the official files of Scotland Yard. Heard today Horace Braham as Inspector Wells. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Francois Grimard, Guy Spall, Catherine Hines, and Carl Harbord. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now here is the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. Here in the Black Museum, we have murder weapons in quantity and in variety, as no doubt you're aware. Killers are not at all particular about the means they employ in their dreadful pursuits, and whatever comes to hand is often useful. Now this has served its purpose. It's an electric torch, as you can see. Its shape makes it an excellent weapon of violent death. It fits the hand, and when charged with batteries, it's heavy enough to do considerable damage, as this one did. The shape it's in. Well, it had a great deal to do with the man's death, and the man who wielded it died too. But the torch here didn't cause his death. It was a hangman's knot that struck him under the left ear. Chief Inspector Francis Hand can tell you a great deal about it. Can't you, Francis?
That I can, John. Chief Inspector Lawrence Campbell Bannerman and I were assigned to this case, which took place in Wimbledon in the early autumn of...
1937, old boy. September 1937.
That's right. It was the 16th of September, wasn't it?
That's right. Just 15 years ago. Wimbledon, that's right.
When we got to the house, we found quite a display.
Nice place, wasn't it?
Big house. Quite nice indeed. Good, solid construction. Good taste. Well, he was a builder himself, wasn't he, the fellow who owned it?
The man that was killed.
What was his name? Apthorpe?
Geoffrey Apthorpe. Big, handsome chap in his late 50s.
Dead.
Dead as Julius Caesar. There, with all the family silver laid out about him. He had some nice things.
Really fine things. Tableware and a few other things. Mugs, heavy silver candlesticks.
All ready to go.
Complete with green baize bag to carry them in.
And that battered electric torch on the floor.
Alongside his well-battered head.
And blood.
The revolver shots caused most of the blood.
That's right. Oh, the revolver was there, too.
His own revolver.
And the doors locked.
We went in.
This is what we discovered.
Geoffrey Apthorpe's body was lying in one corner of the dining room, which was quite a large one. 2 or 3 chairs had been knocked over. The dining table itself was scarred in several places, as if a heavy body had bumped against it. 1 or 2 pictures on the wall were crooked. There were muddy footprints on the carpet, and the heavy buffet stood with its doors open and 2 of its drawers pulled out and empty. Around the floor stood the Apthorpe silver, carefully arranged in groups, and looking a little like...
like a blasted store window, wasn't it, Francis?
Except for the bag, lying in the middle of the display. A green baize bag, very professional appearing, and with 6 knives and forks spilling out of it.
And some spoons, I remember.
As if an experienced burglar had been quietly at work and had suddenly been interrupted.
Tell about Apthorpe.
Oh, yes, of course. He was lying in a heap, his hands empty, his arms stretched out as if he'd been about to seize someone.
The burglar, very likely, we thought.
The carpet was quite stained with blood, but first it wasn't apparent how he'd been killed.
Oh, he was quite dead.
When we moved the body, we discovered how he'd been killed. Under him was the battered electric torch.
The one Chief Superintendent Davidson showed you.
It was shockingly battered, stained with blood, and there were marks on his head that seemed roughly to fit the marks on the torch.
But that wasn't what killed him. There were also 2 bullet wounds in his head. He'd been shot at close range, and there was a good deal of powder blackening on the body.
He'd obviously been shot at close range.
But when we looked for the gun, it wasn't there.
We found it, though. It was on the floor, just outside the door that led to a hall, a full 5 feet away from the body.
And he had obviously been shot, as Francis said, at very close range.
The gun had been held, I judge, not more than an inch or 2 away from him.
Tell him about the really strange part, though, Francis.
Oh, yes. The telephone rang.
Kept on ringing while we searched high and low for it.
I found it at last. Hello, I said as politely as possible.
Hello. Is that the Apthorpe residence?
Yes, this is Mr. Apthorpe's residence.
Oh, thank you. May I speak to Mrs. Apthorpe, please?
I beg your pardon?
May I speak to Mrs. Apthorpe, please?
One moment, please.
What do they want?
Someone wants to speak to Mrs. Apthorpe.
Mrs. Apthorpe? Is there a Mrs. Apthorpe?
Must be. They're calling for her, old boy. Hello? Excuse me just a second, please. What'll I do?
Ask who's calling.
Good. Excuse me, may I ask who's calling, please?
Who are you?
I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I'll have to know who's calling Mrs. Apthorpe.
Tell her it's Mr. Apthorpe calling.
Huh? I mean, I said...
Mr. Apthorpe. Geoffrey Apthorpe. Mrs. Apthorpe's husband.
Now, it was obviously impossible, wasn't it, for Mr. Geoffrey Apthorpe to be calling his home by telephone. For Mr. Geoffrey Apthorpe lay there before us, most convincingly dead. And if I may quote Algernon Charles Swinburne, dead men rise up never.
The Garden of Proserpine, stanza 12.
The Garden of Proserpine and its 11th stanza, beg your pardon, that dead men rise up never. Mr. Apthorpe never moved. And the voice on the telephone spoke again.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Apthorpe's gone.
And broke off the connection. I couldn't agree more that Mr. Apthorpe was gone, and I immediately rang back to see where Mr. Apthorpe might be calling from.
Don't keep them in suspense, old boy. It was a sanitarium calling.
Now, don't be giving the wrong impression, Lawrence. Not an asylum or anything like that. It developed Mr. A had been...
confined.
Had been...
committed.
Be still, do. He had been staying in this sanitarium because he was a drinking man. He drank to excess and is going through a course of treatments to remedy or alleviate some of the suffering he had been experiencing. He had been there for several weeks, leaving his wife alone in the great house, and he had been certified as recovered.
Practically recovered.
And he had taken a sudden notion to telephone his wife on a matter of importance, and had asked one of the attendants to ring up his home for him.
And before the attendant made the call, Mr. Apthorpe had left the place without saying a word to anyone, obviously to return home.
Just in time to be killed.
That's right.
He had told the attendant that it was of the utmost importance that he speak to Mrs. Apthorpe at once.
It was obviously of such importance that he felt he couldn't wait.
But what did he want to tell her?
You see, he hadn't told the attendant. His wife couldn't have known. Certainly Mr. Apthorpe couldn't tell us now.
The message must have been an important one.
But what was it?
obviously, the next step was to consult the lady in question, Mrs. Apthorpe herself.
Mrs. Cornelia Apthorpe.
She might possibly have some idea of why her husband had attempted to telephone her and then abandoned the effort to return home, just in time to be murdered. Leaving the body of the deceased to be taken away for an autopsy, Campbell Bannerman and I went looking for her. We had not far to go. She was at the Wimbledon police station in a state of collapse. We found her barely able to speak.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to see you gentlemen before.
We're sorry, too, Mrs. Apthorpe. It's a pity we must disturb you,
I
but
quite understand. Have you discovered anything that I ought to know? I mean...
We've discovered nothing yet, except...
Nothing. We were hoping that you could tell us something, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Yes, we hope...
I'm afraid I've said everything, but...
Would you mind telling us? This is the first time we've seen you, you know.
All we know is what the officers who were first called were able to tell us.
If you don't mind, then, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Perhaps you know that my husband has been away for some time. He's been ill.
Ill?
Yes, we know that.
I've been away from home, too.
Where have you been, madam?
Well, only the last few days. I was so lonely in that great house, all alone.
Where were you, Mrs. Apthorpe?
I was visiting friends. But I became worried about our place tonight. The silver and our other valuables, you know, and I've heard stories about burglars, and so I called a cab and hurried home. I'm sure you can confirm that with the cab people.
Where were you, madam?
Oh, I was visiting my friends Alice and Eric Shield.
And where do they live?
Here in Wimbledon.
Where, please?
Oh, their place is called Portulaca Cottage. It's on Ely Road near the Common.
Lawrence?
Huh?
Alice Shield can tell you. She wanted to come with me, but...
Oh, wait then, Lawrence, please.
Right. How about this Mr. Shield? He can...
No, he wasn't at home when I left their house.
Oh? Where was he?
I don't know. He often worked late. I assume he was working. That's the impression I got from Alice. I mean, I hardly ever saw Eric. No, he wasn't at home.
They know about...
I think the people here at the police station telephoned them.
Find out, Lawrence, will you, like a good chap?
Of course.
I suppose Eric must have come home just after I left.
Probably.
He always does come home.
Naturally. You say you didn't know your husband was returning home tonight?
No, of course not. He was at the nursing home.
Sanitarium.
I didn't expect him for another week. And to find him...
That is the way you found him.
With all the silver there on the floor. He was lying there.
Dreadful shot, madam. Why do you suppose he came home?
I don't know. I haven't the faintest idea.
You had no warning?
None whatever. To find him like that.
Did your husband have a revolver?
What? A revolver? Yes, he had a revolver.
It is possible, then, he was shot with his own revolver.
Oh, yes, that was his revolver.
Huh?
I saw it on the floor.
Yes, we saw it.
They telephoned Mr. and Mrs. Shield. I talked to them, too.
Oh, good.
What else?
Well, they talked to Mrs. Shield. He wasn't home, but he came in while they were talking.
What did he say?
They were quite shocked. He wanted to come over here to the police station.
Oh, no.
But, they said he didn't have to.
Thank you, Lawrence. Sit down.
Thank you.
Mrs. Apthorpe, you said you have no idea of why your husband came home at this particular time.
No, not the slightest.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, Lawrence. I was going to ask Mrs. Apthorpe if she knew any reason why her husband should have put in a telephone call for her before he returned.
Well, I didn't know anything about any telephone call.
He had put in a telephone call for you before he left the sanitarium.
Then he apparently changed his mind and came home instead.
How on earth did you...
The call was put through whilst we were at your home.
After your husband had been killed.
Well, I haven't the slightest idea.
Had he called you before? From the sanitarium?
No. I don't remember that he did.
Well, this must have been an important matter.
One would think so. Wouldn't one?
I can't imagine what it was.
Was your husband the worrying type, Mrs. Apthorpe?
No.
Well, he must have been worried about something.
Well, I don't know what it could be.
Do you suppose Mr. Shield might know?
Mr. Shield? Oh, Eric, I don't think so. I don't know how he could know.
Really?
Well, he hardly knew my husband.
I've asked Mr. Shield to come over here.
Why, you asked him to come over here?
Yes. You don't mind, Prince?
Of course not. But, I'm afraid I don't quite...
Mrs. Apthorpe, what is your theory of your husband's death? Excuse me.
Theory? Why, he was killed by a burglar, of course.
By a burglar?
Well, of course. The silver was all laid out, ready to be taken away.
Yes?
The burglar had broken in and, finding the house unoccupied, had decided to do a thorough job of it. And then my husband came home.
You still have no idea why he came home so unexpectedly?
I'm trying to think, but... No, I just can't imagine.
You were saying, madam?
Hmm? Oh, when my husband found the burglar, he started to grapple with him.
That's when the burglar struck him with the electric torch.
What? Yes, that's what I think, too.
I forgot momentarily about the torch.
Yes.
And then my husband must have broken away and went to get his revolver.
He didn't carry the revolver with him?
No, it was in his desk in a drawer.
Go on, please, madam.
Well, then the burglar must have shot him.
There was no one there when you arrived?
No. Just Jeffrey lying on the floor there. The whole thing must have happened before I got there. Perhaps he heard me and ran away.
Slamming the door and locking it.
There was a spring lock.
Yes, I remember.
We had a time opening.
Well, that must have been the way it happened. Poor old Jeffrey. Don't you think so? Don't you think so?
Well,
that's the way it looks, isn't it?
Well, that's the way it looks to me.
Mrs. Apthorpe, you were on good terms with your husband, of course, weren't you? Yes?
Frankly, Chief Inspector, I was not on the very best of terms with him. Everyone knows we quarreled. My husband drank.
Husbands who drink to excess often quarrel with their wives.
Well, I didn't want to be under any false pretenses with you.
Of course not.
You'd find out anyway, but he was my husband.
And you loved him?
Yes, I loved him.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I wish I knew why he telephoned you and why he came home so unexpectedly.
I'm sure I have no idea.
Perhaps someone at the sanitarium might have an idea.
Well, perhaps he was bored and just decided to come home. Perhaps he felt he was cured, and perhaps he was telephoning me to say that he was coming home.
Perhaps.
Perhaps he meant... he might have changed his mind about telling you and decided to surprise you.
That must have been it.
Mm-hmm.
He arrived at a singularly inopportune time.
Poor Jeffrey.
Well, at least we'll find the man that killed him, Mrs. Apthorpe.
How will you find him? How can you be so sure?
There are fingerprints on that electric torch, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Oh, I didn't... Are there really?
A fingerprint man's been examining it.
Oh. How will he know?
We'll compare them with the prints in the Criminal Records Office. We've prints of practically every known burglar.
But what if what if the prints aren't on file?
Oh, it'll be a little tougher on us, but we'll find him eventually.
You think you will?
We'll find him, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Somewhere.
Is my husband... is he still... Is he still there?
He's been taken to the mortuary, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Why? Did you wish to go home?
If he's gone... would you take me there, please?
We'll have someone take you home, Mrs. Apthorpe.
I was hoping you gentlemen...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Chief Inspector Hand and I must stay here for a while. We're on duty.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can't be helped, although I really wish...
We'll be in touch with you, Mrs. Apthorpe. If you'll excuse us now. Come along, Francis. If you'll just wait here a moment, we'll send someone to drive you home.
Thank you.
You have our sympathy, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Yes, indeed, Mrs. Apthorpe. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What did you... We could have taken him.
Why was I so rude, you mean?
Well...
You forget, we must see Mr. Eric Shield, my dear hand.
Oh, yes, he's coming here, isn't he? What do you want to see him about? Why couldn't we see him with her? We could.
I want to see him alone.
Why? He doesn't know anything about all this. He wasn't home. He wasn't there.
That's what we've been told, isn't it? He wasn't at the murdered man's home, was he?
You talked to him, didn't you?
I asked him to come here.
Why, for heaven's sake?
I want to ask him a question. And I'd like you to hear his answer.
What question?
I want him to tell us how he knew there was an electric torch involved in this thing, if he'd not been there to see it.
This is the last broadcast of Whitehall 1212. We hope that you've enjoyed this series of authentic cases from the official files of Scotland Yard, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. At the Wimbledon Police Station, Chief Inspectors Hand and Campbell Bannerman of Scotland Yard await the visit of Eric Shield, at whose home the recently bereaved widow has been staying. Chief Inspector Hand speaks.
We sat and waited. Campbell Bannerman's sudden revelation was most startling. We stared at each other, but the same thought, I'm sure, was in both our minds. Look here, I said to Campbell Bannerman. She said he wasn't there.
That's what he said, too.
She said he was at work.
That's what he said.
How would he know? Excuse me. Yes, Chief Inspector Hand here. Oh, yes, Bernard. Henry Bernard, the pathologist.
What's he got to add?
Yes, Henry, yes. He was? You're quite sure? Quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. You can swear to that? That's extremely interesting. Well, thank you. That puts a very interesting and quite different light on it, doesn't it? Keep us advised, will you, old man? Thank you. I'll tell Chief Inspector Campbell Bannerman. He'll be more than interested. Thank you. Goodbye. Look here, Lawrence. That was Henry Bernard. He's...
I was thinking of something.
What?
There are fingerprints on that electric torch, aren't there?
Of course, all over the blasted thing. Henry Bernard...
I wonder whose they are.
We'll call the CRO.
What if they're not there, Mrs. Apthorpe asked.
Do you suppose...
I more than suppose. Don't you?
I certainly do. I want this man Shields' prints.
No way of getting them.
Yes, there is.
Huh?
Wait. Sergeant Murphy. Look here. When I press your buzzer, Sergeant, will you please come in here and take the drinking glass I'll indicate to you? It'll be right here on the table. Yes. Yes. And take it down to a fingerprint man.
Edwards is assigned to us.
Good. Take it down and have Sergeant Edwards develop any prints he may find on the glass and compare them with the prints on that smashed electric torch we gave him. And then ask him to telephone me here at once. You understand? Thank you.
Thank you, Francis.
I fancy that will do.
It won't be admissible as evidence if we steal his fingerprints.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me. I was looking for Chief Inspector Campbell Bannerman.
I'm Campbell Bannerman.
I'm Eric Shield.
Oh, how do you do? This is Chief Inspector Hand, Mr. Shield.
How do you do?
Delighted to see you.
Sit down.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to inconvenience you. I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Of course.
You knew Mr. Geoffrey Apthorpe, I believe?
Yes, I knew him slightly.
And you know Mrs. Apthorpe?
Cornelia. Oh, yes, my wife and I know her. She's been stopping at our place for a few days while Apthorpe's been gone. Frightful tragedy, isn't it?
Too bad.
I hardly knew the fellow. Quite a drunkard, though, I believe.
You didn't like him?
I hardly knew him.
Oh, yes, you told us that.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Well, Mrs. Apthorpe mentioned your name.
Like a drink of water?
Thank you.
Would you like some more?
No, thank you.
I'll call Sergeant Murphy. Get some more water, please, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been to Mr. Apthorpe's house, Mr. Shield?
No, I haven't. I understand it's quite a place.
Burglar broke in there tonight.
The burglar killed him.
That's what it looked like.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad. I didn't know him very well.
That's what you said.
He was beaten to death.
Oh?
The burglar beat him to death with an electric torch.
I thought you said he was shot when you talked to me on the telephone.
Shot?
With an electric torch.
How did you know about the torch, Mr. Shield?
Why, you just told me.
Oh, you mentioned the torch when you talked to me on the telephone.
No, I didn't. How could I know anything about it?
Shall I answer?
Yeah.
Chief Inspector. Yes, Murphy. They are identical. Thank you.
You did that pretty quickly.
Wasn't much trouble. Edwards was waiting with the prints from the torch.
What's the matter?
They compared your fingerprints on the water glass with the ones on the electric torch, Mr. Shield.
They're the same.
That's not true. It can't be. I didn't. How do you? I didn't.
Why did you kill him, Mr. Shield? It wasn't admissible evidence, of course, but was enough to cause the bewildered Shield to blurt out the whole story, and we charged him.
Yes, I did it. I've been in love with Cornelia for years.
But you're married, Mr. Shield.
I love Cornelia. I'm sorry for my wife. I honestly am, but I love Cornelia.
How'd you do it?
Well, I was going away with Cornelia. I was going to get her away from that beast.
Marry her?
Of course. I loved her, I tell you.
Go on.
This was our opportunity. He was away, and I went to the house with Cornelia. I took my torch, so we wouldn't have to turn on the lights. She was picking up her clothes. They were all packed.
And she talked, too.
And just then the door opened. And there was Jeffrey. He'd heard something about Eric and me, and he screamed at us. He'd run away from the sanitarium, and he was drunk. And he said, I'll kill you both. And he had such dreadful things, and he sprang at Eric.
And I lifted my torch.
Oh, Eric, it was so horrible.
And then you thought you ought to make it look as if a burglar...
I took out the silver and arranged it.
And then I went away, back home, while Cornelia called the police.
How did he get shot?
I don't know. I didn't.
I did it.
Cornelia.
I knew it had to look like a burglar. And I knew where the revolver was kept.
But he was dead, Cornelia.
Yes. But I had to make it look good, darling.
Eric Shield was tried for murder.
And Mrs. Apthorpe with him, of course.
They were both found guilty. Shield of murder, Cornelia Apthorpe as accessory to murder. Shield was hanged at Pentonville 2.5 months after the crime.
And Mrs. Apthorpe served 11 days of her sentence of penal servitude before she died.
You've been listening to Whitehall 1212, which is based on true stories of Scotland Yard cases. Today's story of the Wimbledon burglary murder is the last of the series. Thank you for listening to us. Heard today were Horace Braham as Chief Inspector Hand and Lester Fletcher as Chief Inspector Campbell Bannerman. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Morris Dollymore, Kathleen Cordell, Carl Harbord, and Florine Sears. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.